Welcome to another segment on Fly Nubian Money. Come on in, make sure you hit the like button and share this broadcast. Today, we are talking about what really happened to Wendy Williams. You're tuned in right here on Fly Nubian Queen TV network. We want to invite you all to hit the like button and share this broadcast and tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend because we are about to break this conversation down like you've never seen Black women do before. All right. So, first and foremost, I'm your hostess for the day, Jade Harrell. I'm an educator and the owner of highblackesteem.com. We're also joined by our sister Athena Gardner, who's a CPA and women's wealth coach. So she's going to bring a financial spin to this conversation. We're also joined by Miss Lala Key. She's an international real estate agent, and we already know that Wendy Williams' luxury condo sold underpriced. So we have questions for you, Miss Lala. Also, we're joined by Miss Erica Lewis, who's the owner of Faith in Transition Publishing. So she is an author, and she's going to give us some specialty, but I'm going to save that for y'all for when she goes and starts talking about this topic. And we have with us Miss Rosalind Henderson. She's a leadership trainer and a 4 times author. And so she's going to give us some wisdom in terms of how this particular topic of what happened to Wendy can really apply to our lives and what should be our learning moments and big takeaways. So once again, this is our Fly Nubian Money panel. We're here on weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So make sure you all hit the notification bell so you are alerted when we do go live. And also be sure to text the word Queens to 87948 to receive alerts when we go live, but also to receive the book, a free book from our sponsor, right? Dr. Boyce Watkins. And the book is Financial Lovemaking 101. All right. The book goes into details about how, you can marry somebody and finances could add to the marriage very, very well. Or you can marry someone and finances could be a problem and it could be a shit show like what happened between Wendy Williams and her husband Kevin. But anyway, without further ado, let's get into the topic. So first I want to go to you, Miss Lala. Now, I was reading the headlines, and I know that Wendy Williams's luxury dream condo in New York City, right? I believe it was valued at maybe $4.5 million, sold under price for $3.75 million. Also, she's under guardianship. How does that work? Is somebody taking advantage of her from an international real estate guru's perspective? Can you break this down for us, please?
I can. And the first thing I'm going to say is the market dictates what you get. It's not always what you want. I have to always explain that to sellers when we have consultations. It is what the market dictates. It's what a buyer and a seller come to an agreement on. Now, in these cases where you're dealing with guardianship, you have different elements. The owner is no longer the one, whether it's being incapacitated or whether they've been deemed mentally incapable. They're the ones who make these decisions. It is their job to make sure that they get the most money for their person that they are guardianship over. However, in this case, I am not feeling that this guardianship did her job properly. I am not a guardian. However, I am a real estate agent, and I know that real estate has changed a little bit, but not to the point where this building for this price that was sold for. There is something going on behind this where they have accepted a price to me that is so much more lower than what it is actually worth. People are clamoring to get into this building. And sure, I know some people's money is funny, but let's be very, very clear. When you got millions, you're not going to haggle over something that you really want as you see as a status thing. So I am at a complete loss of understanding. I have not had a chance to pull the comps because that's going to be the next thing I do to see what is selling else in that building and what shape it's in. And who it belongs to in these cases usually does make a big difference. And Wendy Williams is very well known. So I think there's a whole lot of different element going by that. And I do believe that it was a disservice that they sold this property at a loss.
Thank you for that. So listen, Lala, I know there are a lot of fees associated with selling a property, especially a property like of this magnitude. So if it's sold for 3.75, how much money would you say that Wendy got, after all of those fees and things?
Well, if you're talking about just realtor fees, they can range anywhere from 1 to 6%. We are not allowed and this is a misconception in the world right now. We are not allowed to say, oh, everybody's charging 6%. That doesn't how it works. You negotiate with people. However, you also now have to pay for the guardianship fees because they're the ones who has to go through and look and make sure all the paperwork is correct. You have to go through judge and court. You have to pay the court fees for that. No telling how much they are in New York City. So there are many fees behind that. And if they're saying if they sold it at a loss, doesn't necessarily mean that Wendy didn't even get a little bit from it. It just means that they're throwing the big numbers at you. Like, okay, well, it sold for such and such, but she paid such and such. But what was the numbers behind that for real? Because there can be other networks behind that. But in this case, they want to show it's a loss so that they can write that off of her books or prove something for something else that they need to show for the courts. Guardianship is very interesting. And a lot of people do not understand it. And this is why if I get anything through to you today, please, please, please love yourself enough to make sure that you take care of yourself while you are living and when you die, because we're not going to live forever. But what people don't know is while you're living, things like that are going through, Wendy's going through mentally incapacitated, Alzheimer's, anything, guys, strokes. What is your family going to do when you didn't leave them the instructions on what to do? Please get an estate, a living will, and please don't go to Staples and buy the one and sign that one. Hire an attorney and do what you need to do. And this all goes back to your self-love. You got to love yourself and your family to know that you're not going to leave them in this mess, because Wendy does have a son. So what is going on with this? Why wasn't he given guardianship? What is going on here? Something is not right and not adding up.
Thank you so much for that, Lala. If you all are just tuning in, we are talking about what really happened to Wendy Williams. I mean, this week, her luxury prize condo, it was a 2,400 square foot condo in the financial district in Manhattan, New York City, is sold under price. And so Lala just broke down what that means, as well as guardianship. We know that she's under guardianship. So welcome to the broadcast. If you all are just tuning in, I want to go over to Erica. Erica, at the height of Wendy's syndicated show, we know that she was making $10 million a year. And I believe that was about like $55,000 per episode. But at the height of her career, $10 million a year. How do you think she ended up in a predicament like this?
It happens, in her previous writings in her books, of which I've read both. And I actually had an opportunity to interview Wendy some years ago when she returned back to New York. I think substance abuse played a lot in the role of what's happening now. She has said over the years, yes, she has, she's struggled with sobriety and she's sober 6 months, but then the holidays comes around and then she's got to start sobriety all over again. And I think it just got out of control. I think her husband, Calvin, whatever we're calling them these days, I believe that he played a huge part in her struggles with sobriety, because, she's trying to keep this facade of like, I'm married, I have a husband, lady, stop being a jump off, don't do this, don't do that. I've got the ring if he's not coming with the ring. But then, in the shadows and the darkness, the deal clearly appears to be like, hey, Wendy, I'm going to be, protecting you. I'm going to give you security. I'm not going to provide for you. I'm just going to protect you. Okay, you want a kid? Fine, I'll give you a kid, but I'm going to live my life over here. He was on payroll. He didn't have executive television experience, executive producing. He didn't have that. He got thrown a gig. He got thrown a job. She kept him on payroll. He was a kept man. And this is what ends up happening. If we take a look at celebrity women, we're going to see in the last 15, 20 years, maybe even a little bit more than that, 25, 30 years, we'll see that there's an upsweep of women, Black women, that are paying alimony. And it is getting out of control. And it really goes to show, if this man has to pay alimony, it makes you wonder, like, well, what was the original deal with the marriage? Because I'm a firm believer, I haven't been married yet. I'm a firm believer, especially at the age I am. You know what? Let's talk. Let's have that hard conversation about prenuptial agreements. Why not? If we're both coming into this marriage and we both have $5, if this doesn't work out in the next 50, 55 years, you take your $5 and go left, I take my $5 and go right. It doesn't have to be, women look at prenuptial agreements like, I can't believe he wants to keep me from things. No, it's what Lala said. It's having your affairs in order. Especially when you get married up in years, you have a set of children. He has a set of children. You have assets. He has assets. Those things need to be protected because these are things that you're passing down to your lineage, and they need to be divvied up accordingly, doing things in proper order. So yes, having prenuptials in place, having living wills in place, and it's just have that hard conversation, get it out the way. You can love how you love, but take care of your business. And I just don't think that Wendy looked into the future. She didn't forecast what was going to happen. She wanted what she wanted. She got it, but I don't think she prepared for the repercussions of it. And here we are.
Yeah, that's really, really sad. And I'm really grateful. I don't know about y'all, but I'm grateful that our sponsor for this broadcast today is literally willing to give you all, the audience, his book, Financial Lovemaking 101 for free. You can download it. You can get the book for free. It's thought of as the Karma Sutra of money management, and it teaches you the ins and outs of the financial lovemaking process and how your financial choices can serve to stimulate and strengthen your relationship rather than destroy it. Right? Get the book, read it. Even if you are married, you're in a relationship, you may be thinking about marriage, you may not be, or may not even be thinking about it, but just having these tools and these skills so that when you are in union or relationship with someone, you actually have an agreement with your partner in terms of, the best ways to set yourselves up in a relationship up for financial success, so it doesn't lead to, excuse me, ladies, a shit show. Because I feel really, really, really bad, for Wendy Williams. And I know that Erica, you use the term a kept man. I'm like, yeah, I guess they do have kept men these days. I ain't keeping no man, but it happens, right? A lot of women are paying alimony to these grown men that are supposed to be providers and protectors. And so with that, I'm going to remind you all to text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948 to receive your free book, Financial Lovemaking 101, from our sponsor, so we don't end up in this situation. Now, with all of that said, let's talk a bit about this drama, right? Because financial lovemaking clearly was not present in Wendy's and Kevin's marriage. Athena, he ended up having a side chick. He had a baby. He bought the woman a house up the street and around the corner from them. It was this whole situation. And do you believe, I just want your perspective, like, why don't you, he didn't walk away from the marriage empty-handed, right? So what is your idea of maybe the stress that the marriage had on her psyche and her health, and how that possibly could have contributed to this financial chaos in Wendy's life, Athena? Oh, you're muted, honey.
Sorry about that. I will answer your question, but first I want to put my CPA hat on and respond to what Lala said about the loss on the property. You can only deduct a loss on a property if it was used in business or investments. So for personal property, like your home or your car, if you sell that as a loss, you cannot take that tax deduction. So it would have been better if she rented out the property first or had it in some kind of business first before they did that sale. I just want to put that out there. As far as the relationship, so basically, I feel like Wendy and a lot of successful women face this dilemma where you reach certain levels of success and it causes a lot of issues when it comes to your relationships with your partner, and it plays out into power dynamics. We have seen this with Wendy. We have seen this with Mary J. Blige. We have seen this play out before when the husband becomes the husbander. And oftentimes when that happens, psychologically, I feel like a man will try to redeem some power. And in this case with Wendy, Kevin went out and had a side piece mistress, which she was fully aware of. So that's another thing too. A lot of people in marriages, and I often joke that a lot of people have these dusty marriages. A lot of marriages have certain kind of arrangements, right? But I think the straw that broke the camel's back is when Sharina popped up pregnant, because Sharina, even though she was a side piece, she was there for a long, at least 8 years. She was there for a long time. Photograph, taking pictures, and going on vacations with her. So she knew in some of her documentaries, she noted how she struggled with eating disorders and other self-esteem issues. And we can see that in the latest one as well. So I think Wendy made it a trade, which a lot of women try to do, where, okay, even though this man is not necessarily honoring me, I'm going to have a piece of a man, or a kept man, as Eric, I'm keeping as a kept man, or part of that drizzle movement, and kind of go along with that. I do think that in the documentary, it was noted that once they got divorced, her health started to rapidly decline. And I think that, and that is something that happens when women face, or people get divorced. There can be, it's almost like the heartbreak is literally killing them. And it was noted in the documentary that it caused her to drink a lot, and she had alcohol-induced dementia. I also want to know, women need to be concerned, because when women face divorce, because I'm a women's wealth coach, when women face divorce, the statistic is they experience a 45% drop in their standard of living, and then 1 in 5 women will fall into poverty as a result of divorce. So Wendy's decline post-divorce, from a mental, spiritual, and financial perspective, is not anything surprising.
Wow,
I think, I'm sorry. I think in Wendy's case, she lost everything. She didn't just lose her marriage. She lost her baby. I remember when she first started the Wendy Williams Experience. I remember when she was on radio. She started off in radio. I remember when she came back from Philly and she's on BLS. She had the radio airwaves locked down from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. And then she ventured out into this television project. It originally started, I believe, on VH1. And there were mixed reviews on it. It was a little janky, but it was cute. It was Wendy, everything was pink. And then, she went at it again. And I mean, this was her baby. She thrived in radio. She walked away from radio, threw all of her energy and herself into this television venture, dragged him along, fed him, made him who he was on paper. On paper. And then, here he is. He gets to do all of these things, and he hasn't worked a day in his life. He just, he's big, he's brolic, he's a protector, but he can't provide for anything. So she lost everything in this divorce. And in one of the things that was highlighted is that in the divorce document that he signed, what he didn't realize is that she had it highlighted, or indicated rather, that alimony would continue as long as she was employed by the Wendy Williams Experience, not as long as she was employed, but as long as she was employed with that television show. That is one of the reasons why she wasn't well enough to go back to work.
Interesting.
Bravo.
Thank you for that.
Bravo.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you for that. We're gonna. There's a lot to unpack here, y'all. If you're just tuning in to the broadcast, we're right here live weekdays at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. This is a Fly Nubian Money panel, and we're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Be sure to text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. So you'll even be, you'll be notified when we go live, and you'll know what the topic is, so you won't miss a broadcast. Sometimes the algorithms, YouTube and them, they play games and not send you alerts and notifications, but we have a system for that. So please join our text list. text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. And also today, when you text the word Queens to 87948, you get a copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking. We are talking about what happened to Wendy Williams. There's so many layers of this. The queens on the panel today have just started to get into, you know, the marriage aspect as well as the financial aspect of this. And so we urge you to get the book, Financial Lovemaking 101, by texting the word Queens to 87948. And you'll get tips and resources and a guide on how to form a healthy relationship with a healthy partner that is financially healthy, so that you can build generational wealth and not end up in a situation like this. That's why this is important, that you take advantage of this free resource today, Financial Lovemaking 101, from our sponsor, by texting the word Queens to 87948. And also, when you text the word Queens to 87948, you will be notified immediately when our panels are live, and you'll know what the topics are. So now, with all of that said, we're going to go over to Miss Rosalind. You are a leadership trainer and a 4-time author. So what are the major key takeaways around transformation, life coaching, leadership skills, communication skills, all the skills that we should be thinking about and sort of looking at this situation with Wendy as a sort of case study?
There's so many ways to look at this. There are so many perspectives to this. What jumps out at me immediately is, again, how Wendy is looked at in the show, at least, as someone to, she talks about relationships. She gives relationship advice. She's meddling in people's lives, and she has made millions off of this. But at the same time, at the bottom line, I am seeing an issue with self-esteem, an issue with self-love. Look, I've been married a couple of times. I could tell you about finances and the things that I've learned over the years. And really, whether this was a relationship of convenience or if this was a relationship based on love, who knows for sure. But definitely, when you're in a relationship, you have to be protective of yourself. You have to have enough regard for yourself to put in the basics, to even be with a man who is disrespectful. And he's disrespected her in so many ways, shapes, and forms, using her money, having affairs, things of this nature. You know, what you allow in your life only grows. If you have a faithful man, a loving man, guess what? Those characteristics are going to grow in the marriage. If you have someone who's disrespectful and who's running away with your money, if you have a boy in your relationship and you allow that, don't speak up, don't put boundaries around that, guess what? That just simply grows. And her demise, to me, her health demise, her mental decline, to me, is absolutely related to being married to this man for some 20 years. And it affects your when you have mental issues, it absolutely affects the way you make decisions, your finances, your everything. I think she just allowed herself to be unprotected. She did not protect herself in this marriage. For us, I just want to say, for us, we need to take that as a warning. So many of us women are quick to want to be in relationships, and no matter how much we want to be in one, hey, I'm between husbands myself. We've got to see correctly the man who's in front of us that we're dating.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up so many good points, Rosalind. We know that water seeks its own level. And one of the things I've learned through my transformational journey, life coaching experiences, is that we mirror each other, right? So the dysfunction and chaos that's in me is definitely, it's reflected out in the world and can be reflected out there in a partner. Can you sort of speak to that? Because, I mean, I know that Kevin and Wendy were married for a number of years, I think over 20 years. I know that she started getting famous and getting lit on the radio waves by drama, talking about celebrities and drama and stuff. And so do you think there's a possibility that she really attracted somebody who was vibrating on that same frequency?
Absolutely. And for those that I've counseled, and even for myself, because I'm going to tell on myself too, let's be real here, that the more that I've become mature, the more that I ended up loving myself, the more that I've respected myself, the better quality man I attracted. It's a tuning fork. Now, we oftentimes don't want to see that. We want to blame, look at that guy, he's this, that, and the other. We oftentimes want to blame. We don't want to see. We want to distract ourselves from the real work that has to happen. Wendy was able to make this big living off of being a dramatist. She's all about drama. She was able to make a living off of that. But it's that same dramatic spirit, that chaotic spirit. It's that same spirit that drew somebody like, what is his name? Kevin into her life, and her tolerating it. You know why she tolerated it? Because it was familiar, quote unquote, because she's used to this kind of behavior in men. And I'm always of the belief that everything starts from inward outward. The inward is just nothing. What I see in front of me is just nothing but evidence of what's happening inside me. So the bottom line is, and I want to give this as a takeaway also to our ladies out there, while we're waiting for Mr. Right, we always have to be taking account of ourselves, evaluating ourselves. How can we become better people? How can I track? Not just, look, I want better friends. I want better business partners. I want better lovers. So as you grow and you take that as first responsibility, life becomes a lot sweeter.
Absolutely.
I'd like to piggyback on that, what Rosalind said. Full transparency, I went through a ugly breakup about 4 years ago, and we were in bliss. We traveled the world together. He was my travel partner when I was on ships. And then when COVID happened, I couldn't understand where we were, how we got into this rut space, and I thought we'd be able to climb out of it. And it ended up turning into the worst breakup I had ever experienced. And I learned something about myself. I said, you know what? I need to sit and assess who I was that attracted this. I attracted this. Yes, this is new behavior I'd never seen before, but it's still the same man. I need to divorce or break up with the woman that I am that attracted that, take accountability, start assessing. And then once I've completed my assessment and gone through some trials, let's see how this thing works out. Then I can look at perhaps dating again. But I really had to break up with that version of me. And that's the hard part. Getting rid of the other person is one thing, but having to take assessment and break up with that portion of you, because that's the hard part, because you've been that woman. She's been struggling through years of alcohol and substance abuse. That really, alcohol and substance abuse, that was her real relationship. Her relationship was with the cocaine. Her relationship was with the vodka. And now having to actually do that breakup and that healing, that is the hard part. And unfortunately, here we are with dementia and other things.
Yeah, I'm praying for Wendy. Let me tell y'all something right quick. In full transparency, I could not, would not watch that documentary. I felt that she was being exploited. I was never a fan of her commentary or even when she was on the radio, I really and I was younger back then, I really couldn't just listen to it. But even now, the state that she's in with her personal problems, with her health issues and things like that, I don't even know why they would even make a documentary like that to put her out there. And that brings me to my next question. And I want to hear from you, Lala. How can personal issues like those faced by Wendy Williams impact a public figure's financial stability and also mental stability?
You feel like you have to live up to a certain standard. And I, like you, I am not a big fan of Wendy. But to me, when you live in mess, mess follows you. And when that happens and you get to a certain status, then people expect certain things from you. So they expect that she lives in this penthouse. They expect that she wears the finest clothes. They expect that she eats the finest foods. And you are caught in this trap of trying to live up to what your public persona is when your whole life behind you is a mess. Let me tell you, I have worked with people across the board. The lowest property I've ever sold was $25,000 in Denver, Colorado. The highest property I've ever sold was in the three millions. And I have had people come to me looking like millions, driving Rolls Royces and everything else. But when you get them in there and you say, okay, now it's time to get a loan, let's look at your financials, they have nothing. And it's all because they put this persona out of being more rich than what they are, and they feel like they have to keep up with the Joneses. You don't need to keep up with the Joneses, baby. You don't need to keep up with Fred, Wilma, Flintstone, Jetsons, nobody. You need to love yourself and your family enough to know that you are stable and secure in your relationships. If you live in mess, you're going to stay in mess. If you put out mess, mess is going to come to you. So the financial implications of this is you always trying to keep up with other people or feeling like you need to be at a certain level that people admire and want to be around you or want to listen to you, that you are living in shambles. Now, I know Wendy's making that money, but I also know a lot of people that make that money and spend that money just as fast. And that athletes are very well known for that. Like they make all this money. All right. And I've had several of them be like, we need to rent a condo because we can't really. But you got all these gold checks. Yeah, what? Huh? So, yes, these implications are very serious because when you feel like you have to live up to what the public wants you to live up as, then you're already setting yourself up for doom.
Absolutely. And honestly, look, athletes have access to their money. Athena, Wendy is under guardianship. She can't even go to the bank. She can't do anything with her money. Her own son can't access his inheritance. And so I wanted to, pivot, ping pong the same question over to you, Athena. How can personal issues like these faced by Wendy, have an implication on her financial health and well-being? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah. I'm glad that you brought that up. So, and this is why I do the work that I do, especially with women and being a CPA. Money management and wealth literacy is so important. The issue with the guardianship, though, is, and while I do recommend people to have their estate planning, so have your living will, your trust, your power of attorney, your health care advocate, surrogate. So when the time comes to make these important life decisions, you have that in place. But however, even with proper estate planning, you can bump into this issue of guardianship, which now is like a monkey wrench because, to be honest, no one is planning on being in a situation where you lost your mental faculties that you would need a guardianship. That doesn't really come into play. Now, originally, her son was kind of taking on that role. They had her go to Florida, she lived with him, and he was quote unquote taking care of her. What happened was because the son wasn't properly managing the funds and they were looking at this expenditures, like thousands of dollars being spent on Uber Eats and parties and different things, because to be honest, Wendy enjoys a lavish lifestyle. And even in the documentary, he said that. What the attorneys and guardianship came under was because they didn't deem the son as fit. So not only is it important for you as an individual to have proper financial planning, you need to pass that on to your heirs, to your sons. You need to make sure, to your daughters, to your children, you need to make sure that they have wealth literacy, because if they are in a situation where they are your power of attorney, they are your healthcare surrogate, then if they don't even follow proper planning, you can lose everything. And now you're subject to some random stranger who may not love you as much, have your best interest making decisions. With celebrity and celebrity culture, you do have, and not just celebrity culture, with social media and influence culture, everyone is under the pressure of looking like something, keeping up with the Joneses. But, the statistics are what they are. 7 in 10 Americans living paycheck to paycheck does not have at least $5,000 in a savings. So we know what the reality of life is. Now, Wendy, I did feel like she had the pressure of trying to live up to that image, because even in a documentary, She was scrutinizing people about the clothes she was wearing, make sure she has the most lavish furs, make sure that, you know, she's being seen photographed. And when I watched it, I got the impression that she was addicted to fame, and that was very important for her. And she had a hard time adjusting to what life is now. Furthermore, after the end of her talk show, which was making a lot of money, and Debmar Mercury, which is the company behind her talk show, did not want that talk show to end, because remember, they had all these guest hosts and they were all waiting on time. I think everyone knew Wendy was falling apart, so they tried to extend it as much as possible. But when you stop working or your main source of income generation declines, but you are now used to that kind of expense of lavish living, a lot of people, including celebrities, athletes, whoever, get into financial issues because they have not adjusted for that lifestyle change.
Thank you so much for that, Athena. If you're just tuning in, we're discussing what really happened to Wendy Williams. Her luxury condo was valued at $4.5 million. It is no longer on the market. It was undersold for $3.75 million. Okay, she is under guardianship. I'm learning a lot from the queens on the panel about guardianship and how there's certain stipulations that happen when a person is deemed incapacitated in order to handle their own affairs. And at the end of the day, this is a Black woman who has amassed a fortune. We already spoke earlier about how at the height of her career, she was making $10 million a year. Right now, she has no access to that. The courts have stepped in, and her son doesn't even have access to her money. So I'm going to read some stats, that's some facts about Wendy that are that's on the screen right now. But in the meantime, I would love for you all to hit the like button, share, and subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen and the FlyNubianMoney.com. Text the word Queens to 87948 so you'll be notified when we go live. I'm hearing a little feedback, by the way, someone. All right, so Wendy Williams is only 59 years old. She's a graduate of Northeastern University. Her first job was in 1986. That was her first job in radio at WVIS in the Virgin Islands. I didn't even know that, y'all. In 2008, the Wendy Williams Show began a 13-season run, and that's remarkable, for a show to be on the air at that, for that long. And she was paid at the height of her career $10 million per year. I'm still hearing a little bit of feedback. I don't know. Someone has a hot mic. Yeah, $10 million per year. In 2017, her health issues began. And in 2021, she went on an extended hiatus. Now, in 2021, September, she left the show. Now, I remember somewhere in between 2017 and 2021, I think probably 2021, she was dressed up on Halloween as a Statue of Liberty, and she literally fainted on the air, and people were like freaked out. People made memes about it. They were really mean about it. But I think that's when the public became aware of her health issues. And so again, like the net worth at the height of her career was estimated to be $60 million, y'all. This is $60 million. So career-wise, she did everything right. She worked really hard. She built a brand for herself. She amassed a bunch of wealth that she should be able to pass down to her offspring, right? But right now, it seems that she's losing, right? She had to pay alimony to her husband and stuff. So this is just really, really, really unfortunate. I want to go over to you, Erica, and I want to, talk about this idea of prenups. Do you believe that more women should consider prenuptial agreements when they're earning that kind of money that Wendy was making?
I think women should be looking at prenups regardless of what amount of money that they're making, because you never know. You could start off you could be making $50,000 a year and think like, well, that's no money. And then you invent something and now you're an instant millionaire. And now you have an excess of $50 million now. And, you're newly married. You had a set of kids and your husband has a set of children from previous relationships. And then, oh my God, 5 years down the road, now there's infidelity. Now there's problems. And now, there's access to your $50 million that you didn't have before. Get those prenups in place, ladies, and it's okay. You can always put a clause in it and say, listen, every 3 or 4 years, we can come back and we can review it and see if we need to reassess this, reevaluate it. You can always go back and look at a prenup. It's just a legal document. It's not binding forever. It's like an NDA. You can give it a lifespan of 5 years, 4 years, 6 years, whatever, but give it life. Put things on paper, and it is okay to have these hard conversations, because guess what? If you don't have the hard conversations in the beginning, if there ever becomes an end to this marriage, to this relationship, you're going to end up having a hard conversation about whether you're going to be sending that check in the mail, money order, cash, or cash app. So you might as well just go on ahead and open the door and let's just sit down and talk about it. And if we start taking control of our finances, it'll be easier for us to go into relationships having these conversations. And when you're in control of your finances, you'll be able to weed out any man that doesn't fit the mold of what you're looking for, because you are in control of you. Where there's lack of self-control, that gives an opportunity for someone else to control you.
Wow,
I need to tag on to that, because you really brought up a really good point in the fact that just because you signed it once, baby girl, don't mean you don't get to go back and revisit it. I have closed many estate deals where they thought that they did this 30 years ago, and now they done got divorced and they're separated, and now they got new kids. And well, where's the will? Where's the estate? It was never updated. So the money didn't go where you thought it was going to go. You should always, every 5 years, go and look at your paperwork and update it to what your circumstances are for now, not 20 years ago, because things change, life happens. And also, one of the things that people say to me, they've asked me this, and it's common, is if they're a young couple, we both don't have anything yet, so why would we need an estate? Baby, you may end up being in an accident. You may be in a coma. You may something where nobody's wishing this on you, but you need to know, let people know what you want done in those situations. So there's always room for an estate. There's always room for a living will. Just revisit it every 5 years, and then you can make sure that everything is in order. One time is not your all time.
Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to go over to Rosalind to ask you your perspective on prenups. Oh, you're muted.
Am I?
Now you're good.
Okay. Prenups, I'm in favor of. I am going to take a little different take. And I have always wondered this, because I think so many of us women, we kind of know what to do and where to get the information. We know where to get the information on prenups. We can get financial counseling. We know where to go and how to do it. The information is humongous out there. There's plenty of information. I want to go a little deeper about why don't we? I want to talk a little bit more about why don't we do things that are in our ultimate best interest. That's myself included. I have to keep evaluating myself. What are the blockages? What are some of the mindsets? What are some of the experiences that we've had with men in the past? And what are some of our longings that cause us to repeatedly shoot ourselves in the foot financially, and in regards to living with some behaviors of men that are intolerable? I want to go deeper there, because all the information about prenups, I can find help, and yet I don't do that. To me, that is very interesting in and of itself. That giving ourselves permission to do what the very basic loving thing for ourselves and our family is something that is always a topic that fascinates me. That's the 2 cents I have here.
Absolutely. And so, I'll just ask you another question. Well, actually, I want to put this out there, right? Is it possible to draft a legal document? And if so, can you educate us on what the name of the legal document will be? Is it possible to draft a legal document similar to a living will, but from a financial standpoint, to say that your fortune is to be used, like how it's supposed to be used should you become incapacitated? Lala.
Yes. Believe it or not, it could be contested in court, but even if you just had something on writing that you agreed to, something, even if it's, better than nothing, you have it handwritten, you have it notarized and dated and properly filed. You can even do that in the court with a handwritten document. You still can file it saying what you want to do. So you don't always need an attorney. I don't advise you not use one though. Please go get it done professionally. But if you can't, if you're not in that position, you want to at least make sure that it is notarized and filed appropriately. Yes, you can. And it's very important that you do. Like I said, I get a lot of newlyweds, they just now starting out, they're barely making their rent. But I always tell them, especially when it comes to getting to escrow, let's go ahead and start taking care of this last little part so that if something happens to you, they know what to do. And that is viable. It's very viable to do.
Right. Before I go over to you, Erica and Athena, Lala, are you wearing a Prince shirt or the artist?
No, not today, but I am a Prince girl.
Okay. I don't know why I thought that was a Prince shirt, because I know that, a lot of times our celebrities, Black celebrities, who have amassed huge fortunes, they pass away and their stuff just ends up in court. And speaking of the handwritten letter, I don't know if it took a year or 2 years or something for Aretha Franklin's son to find a handwritten will or document in her couch. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it took 2-3 years, and they're still battling some things out in court.
That's right. That's why I say do it legally, y'all. I mean, you're still going to have the battles in court. Anytime money is involved, you're going to have drama. Okay. But be smarter than to just have something written in your couch. And you did touch on Prince, and I follow that very closely because this girl is a Prince girl, none other. But it hurt my feelings. And I just don't believe, this is my conspiracy thought, is that Prince didn't leave something. He was so smart with his rights to his music, to what belonged to him from the record companies. You cannot convince me that this man didn't have something in writing somewhere else. But because of that, this is why the estate is in it is today. So guys, what I say, please go talk to an attorney and get something in writing. Don't leave it in your couch, y'all. And don't leave nothing.
Right. Thank you. Erica, can you weigh in on this topic? About living wills. I think we talked about prenups, but yeah, and celebrities that get kind of caught up or hemmed up in these sorts of situations.
I'm going to put myself out here. I usually don't talk about it, but my father, you all are probably too young to know, my father sang with the Drifters. He was Under the Boardwalk, all those great songs. My father, Billy Lewis, sang with the group. And my parents divorced when I was in the 10th grade. I was 15. And my father decided he was going to live overseas. He wasn't coming back to the States. And he was a man of his word. He did come back to the States. Now, my parents got their divorce. And my father, he ended up dying 12 years ago. He had another daughter during the midst of the marriage, which led to the divorce. And she discovered him deceased. Now, here's where it gets tricky. My father had been in the military. And although he never married that young lady's mother, my stepsister, he never married her mother, or if they did marry, they were married 5 months or whatever. She went to collect military benefits. I'm going to get to the will in a minute. She went to collect military benefits, and they told her, no, ma'am, this goes to the first wife. You're not entitled to this. Okay. And my mother was able to get those benefits, even though they had been divorced for years. My mother, whatever those benefits were, went to the first wife. Which was more disturbing is that my father had royalties. Okay. He had royalties. He did not have his affairs in order. He didn't have a will. He didn't have things in place that he could have left to my brother and I. So therefore, when my father passed away, my brother and I have a younger brother. We were informed that my father died, But when my stepsister in England got ready, she had him cremated and didn't tell us anything. And when she did the obituary, she listed herself as his only child. So it is so important that people have their affairs in order. Even though my parents hadn't been married and, they didn't have any communication. I mean, my brother and I are, full grown adults at this point, functioning adults in society. However, we were still his children.
Yes.
And regardless of how old your children are, 70, 80 years old, they're still your kids and they will still mourn you not being here. Have things in order. Nobody should take over the fact that your children get unacknowledged. You know what I mean? So please put your affairs in order, because if my father had a will and he had shared it with us and said, your mother and I are not together, but this is what I want for my kids, and I want my kids to know that I want to be cremated, I want to be buried. We didn't even know what he wanted, whether he wanted to be buried or cremated or not. And here we are. He was cremated before we got there, and we were not listed as next of kin or family. Only she was.
Wow.
Erica, thank you.
Can I interject for one quick second? That's
Sure.
an example of not having a will. But I also want to say why it's very important you have something in place, even with a will. My experience has been with the death of my mother some 7 and 8 years ago, that it still is going to be a shit show. But when you have a will in place, the will that is the final authority. There's nothing that brother 1 or brother 3 can really say. You can talk about your feelings all you want. You can contest all you want. You can have personal thoughts and opinions all you want. That will align things to your mother's and father's wishes. And that's the end of the subject. This is why you want to have a will, because even with one, it still is a shit show.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Rosalind and Erica. And yes, We Wealth Women says the power of attorney can cover health, financial, etc., and will give that person agency. You all are tuned into our Fly Nubian Money panel. We're here weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And while the topic today is what really happened to Wendy Williams, we have a financial expert, we have life coaches and authors and certified personal accountants on the line, educators on the line, and we are putting a very, very, very serious twist and a lot of added layers to this conversation. So it's really important that you all text the word Queens to 87948. That's 87948. So you can join us in our live conversations on weekdays right here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com, on YouTube at 1 p.m. Eastern time, when we have these topics with, panelists that are wonderful, Black women having really intelligent conversations. And given the topic today, we're talking about Wendy Williams, what really happened to her and her estate. She's under guardianship and all of this stuff. Our sponsor is gifting viewers today a free copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking 101. Financial Lovemaking 101, not 111. Financial Lovemaking 101. So please text the word Queens to 87948 so you'll get a copy of this book. It lays out the best strategies and resources and tools in order to have a financially healthy marriage or relationship, so that money doesn't become an issue, and so that you're set up for success in the relationship for the future and for generations to come. Again, our sponsor is gifting the book Financial Lovemaking, Merging Assets with Your Partner in Ways That Feel Good. So be sure to text the word Queens to 87948. That's on your screen to receive your free copy of this book. This is important so we can avoid situations where, God forbid, somebody or even one of us becomes incapacitated, and there isn't proper paperwork set in place. And also, the book Financial Lovemaking 101 talks about finding a healthy partner, somebody that's going to have your back, somebody who's going to give to you and add to you, and to help your money grow, as opposed to, being a taker in the relationship. So with that, I want to go over to Miss Athena. She is our financial expert, our certified CPA. And We know that you said documents that everyone should have are a living will, trust, power of attorney, and healthcare surrogate. I wanted to just sort of get more financial advice from you, and you can add more financial expertise and context to this situation so that we can avoid situations like, unfortunately, what Wendy Williams is experiencing.
Yes. So unfortunately, I feel like a lot of people don't take this into account because if, like you said previously, they don't make enough or they're not in situations where this should matter. But like Lala said, at every stage, you should kind of have something or have just general understanding of these things. So, for example, a power of attorney can cover multiple things or limited as much as possible, depending on what you want to do. A power of attorney can cover health rights, financial, while a person is alive or maybe incapacitated or can't make certain decisions. So, like the situation with Wendy. As far as a will is concerned, while wills are great, wills also need to be executed, which comes with a lot of court fees. So that's when a trust comes into play, because while you're going through the process of having that will executed, which can take years, I've had people take a long time for the will to be executed. If you have businesses or other investments or assets or homes, that's where the trust can easily kick in and transfer that for you as well. Also, you need to understand on the receiving end, if you are a person, and also insurance, by the way, update your beneficiaries, understand, I have all that stuff into play. So I need to throw that out there because insurance is one of the greatest investments and tools for wealth transfer. The other thing I would say is you need to understand how to receive these things. If I remember my parents were setting up their estate and the lawyers and everything to sign the paperwork. My father, the lawyers told them to tell us that in the event when we receive things, that we need to have our own bank accounts, meaning bank accounts separate from a spouse. Because if that money goes into a joint bank account, that becomes community property within the marriage, and that spouse is entitled to that money. So I feel like this Wendy Williams situation is great for us to get greater understanding, and especially women need to take time to be invested in learning these things.
Thank you so much for that, Athena. I wanted to thank you for all of that expertise. People in the comments are saying that this has been a really helpful conversation to all of our panelists. They're really grateful for the information that we've been giving you all. And so right now we're going to go off and do final thoughts. Let's start with you, Lala. What's your final takeaways, final words of advice from this conversation, as well as where we can follow you?
Well, love is love, and it's a beautiful thing, but sometimes love is not enough. So you need to make sure that you care for yourself and your well-being, to take care of your family. They always say when you're on an airplane, if something happens, you put the mask on first before you help someone else. Do that in your life as well, so that everybody can be at ease and know what to do if something should ever happen to you. And you can find me at Realty Goddess on all my platforms, but the easiest way to catch me is at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's go to Rosalind.
Yes, final thought is similar to Lala, and that is about taking care of yourself and the quality of your life, quality of your relationships, who you hang around, and developing yourself so that you are attracting to yourself the best and the brightest. And it starts also with having skills. Financial skills is something that we sometimes think is unsexy, but it's very important that we take ownership of financial skills. And you can find information about me. Just simply go to LinkedIn, and I'm on LinkedIn, Rosalind Henderson.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Athena?
All right, ladies, I have been giving you financial game this whole live. If you want more financial information and learn to be the wealthy goddess of your life, please find me at wewealthwomen.com. I'm Athena, a CPA and women's wealth coach, and I'm determined for you guys to live a wealthy, productive lifestyle and to not end up like Wendy.
Absolutely. And Erica had to hop off, but she sends her regards, and she's the owner of Faith in Transition Publishing. So you all can look her up at Faith in Transition Publishing. And she's the author of Faith in Transition. It says Faith in Transition, My Journey to 50 Love, Life, and Lessons. So definitely check that out from her. I am your host, Jade Harrell. You can find me at highblackesteem.com. You can also find me on social media at Lioness Crowns. And yeah, I'm an educator. I do racial wellness coaching. I do consulting in education, media, and politics. And so it's been wonderful moderating this conversation with you all. My biggest takeaway is to live a clean life as much as possible, and to give people grace, right? To give people grace. When I say live a clean life, karma never forgets. So the way in which we treat people and the way we treat ourselves is definitely going to be mirrored out in the world. And so we want to make sure that we are living in alignment with our virtues and values. That's the takeaway. And then also giving people grace and giving ourselves grace. Again, I was never a fan of like Wendy Williams's work or gossip. And I don't wish to see her or anybody else in a situation like this, especially not another Black person or Black woman. And, I'm praying for her restoration and healing and the correction of her mind, her body, her spirit, and her finances. And so with that, we want to thank you all for tuning in to this Fly Nubian Money panel. You can find us on weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time right here at FlyNubianQueenTV.com. Be sure to also go over to FlyNubianMoney.com and check out our programming there, and text the word Queens to 87948 to get a free copy of Financial Lovemaking 101, so that you can be set up for success in your relationships and not end up like Wendy and Kevin. God bless them both. All right. And so we'll see you again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Have a blessed day, everyone. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Around the world you are tuned in from. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I'm Lindsay Vertner, and today I'm wondering, does age really matter in relationships? But before we get started into these discussions, let me introduce to you my dynamic co-queens joining me today. First, we have Lala Key, aka Laura. We have Erica Lewis, Marlo Layson, and Athena Gardner. So ladies, are y'all ready for this discussion on age gap relationships? Now, I'm going to kick it straight to Athena because I heard through the grapevine that you have some history in some age gap relationships.
Listen, you heard right.
Spill the beans.
Listen, I have dated men who are older than me considerably before, and there are pros and cons to that. And we can discuss that further if you guys would like. But age gap relationships are nothing new to me. So.
Mm-hmm. How much older? Are we talking like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years?
Put it like this. I was probably like the same age as like this person's kids. So considerably older before. And then in general, I have most of the men that I meet are at least like 5 years up older than me. But yes, I've dated someone or people who are old enough to be like my parent.
Well, hashtag no judgment zone, okay? Now, have any of you other ladies had any experience?
I haven't, but that brings us to what the producers have popped up, right? Drea Michelle dating a guy, being pregnant for a guy that is the same age or age range as her oldest child, who is a college student. So I think it's to each his own, but I couldn't imagine dating someone. I have a son who's in his upper 20s. I could not imagine dating someone my son's age or my daughter's age that's under him, but do what you gotta do.
Yes.
I was on the opposite end of that. A friend of mine a few years back, like maybe 2 or 3 years ago, introduced me to a gentleman who was 64 and I had yet turned 50. I was like 48, 49. And I remember I was open to the conversation and we chit-chatted. And then as I started to do the math, I'm like, wait, this man is 15, 16 years older than me. And then as I continued to do the math, I'm thinking he's been an adult a long time. So when I was born, he was 15, 16. And by the time I entered high school, he was 30 and he had a 401k plan. So when I did all that math, I bowed out gracefully because when I mathed in, when I'm 64, he's going to be 80. And this is starting to turn into me being a hospice wife. So yeah, I backed out.
I've actually seen it both ways. Now, me personally, to each their own, I'm going to say that whatever love is, it is. However, my husband and I always tease each other about we're the same age. Okay. I'm only like 23 days older than he is. All right. But we laugh at the fact that there would be no way I would be able to communicate and laugh about the things that we laugh about, the things that we share, the 80s that we grew up in, the high school that we grew up in together. I can't imagine trying to connect with someone who is 20, 30 years younger than I am and not have that connection of growing up together and laughing at the same things. So for me, I can't ever see myself being with someone that much younger. However, my son dates only older men. So he calls them their silver foxes. And I'm totally fine with that. He has actually dated people who are older than I am. It didn't bother me because the guys that he brought to the relationship, we got to meet and I saw that they had good intentions and they were good for him. But for me, not so much. I can't do it.
You know, you bring up a good point, Lala, talking about being able to connect with your partner and have those same references. And I feel the same way. Like whenever I talk to people that are just years and years younger than me, not that we can't hold a conversation, but it's like to talk to you all day, every day. We don't have the same references, the same, social media, pop culture, things like that, the music, so many things. And so it makes me wonder, what are some of the reasons that these celebrities or even non-celebrities are in relationships with that significant age gap? Is it the money that could potentially?
Well, I can tell you, my son actually said, Mom, I like it when they're financially stable. I don't want their money, but I don't want two of us struggling if we wanted to go see the Mariah Carey concert. So in his mind, he wants that stability, even though he has his own business and things of that nature. He feels that people his age, most of the people that he's dating his age, and let me say a side note, guys, I was a teenage mother. So my son is only 16 younger than me. So I think we're in a kind of a unique situation when it comes to those ages, but he doesn't people who are his age because he feels like they are still kind of trying to find out who they are when he wants to be with someone who does know who they are, who's stable, and they can still grow together. Me, I still need to laugh at cartoons with my husband, that we grew up with. That's just me.
I also think about the other financial flip side to that, which is when you have an older partner, the expenses that come with it. And yeah, people think, oh, that's my spouse, I'll inherit these things. But what about their children, right? What about the tensions that we see when somebody marries an older person and then the estate becomes in question because of having children that are essentially the same age as your spouse, and those trust issues that come from those sorts of things. I find that part interesting as well.
I think the difference in dating in our reality is being like, regular folk and versus dating in, let's say, the Shaquille O'Neal and the Drea situation is that they're in a completely different social status. And for them dating older or younger, older guys dating a younger woman dating an older guy, vice versa, I think it's more of the social economic piece to it because they're in the same social circles. So with the Drea, and God bless her, she's not more, it's not about him being 22, being younger. It's that he is in that social economic status that she's in. He could be 10, he could be 110, but he's in that social economic status. And I think it's more of that social piece, that they're all in the same circle. And it's amazing that in these circles, people could be, you could be with your ex-husband one week and then your ex-boyfriend the following week, and this woman has 3 or 4 kids with 3 or 4 different men in the room, and it's okay. If we did that, child, the drama would be off the rocker. But when you're looking at the economic piece because of the social status, then that's what balances all of it out, and everyone is on the same playing field because they're in the same social and economic playing field.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent, Erica, about being in the same socioeconomic groups. However, in my opinion, I feel like, yeah, but there's still people in that age range, maybe like give or take 10 years up or down, but to be the same age as your son, your adult son.
You also have to take into consideration there's a lot of NDAs that started that start floating around. And then, when you're a woman that's a certain age and you've already dated or were married to your equal who was the same age as you, and then you went through all of those dynamics and you want to step out and have some fun, you're going to date younger, you're going to date different because you're looking for a different experience within the realms of that social economic status. So you get married at 18, 19 years old and you have 5 or 6 kids together, you've been married 25, 30 years, and now you're divorced. Do you really want to repeat and go back and marry what you just divorced? No, they're looking to be in that same social economic status, but date younger. And that's on both the male and female side. And it may not be, and we have to also keep it to consideration, a lot of them are not looking for a long time, they're looking for a good time. They're looking for a good time, not a long time.
I think that's the key point right there.
Well, you brought up something good to talk about as well, because there is a line that you need to cut it off at. And no matter what economic status you're in, you don't need to be a 35-year-old man or woman dating a 16, 17, 18-year-old partner.
Agreed.
That becomes pretty creepy and gross. And we are seeing a lot of that now in a lot of people. When we grew up, okay, here's an example. My grandmother, her story was that when they got married, she packed her dolls. I packed my dolls and we went. My grandfather wasn't that much older, but in those days, when she was, dolls were played with longer. She was 13 years old. He was like 21. And in those days, in early 1900s, that was acceptable. And they had a loving and long relationship and they loved each other dearly. So, but this is different in this day and age when you're looking at men who are grooming women who are teenagers. I know people, my clients, I've had some clients who come where I've had a 65-year-old man dating an 18-year-old girl. And I had a very hard time closing that deal. I'm not allowed to discriminate in my job. But there were so many warning signs that I wanted to say, girl, run, because it just wasn't that way. So you do have to take that into consideration too. Now, she also was looking at the financial aspect of this. Okay, she's 18. She wanted certain things. This gentleman was stable, and this is what she wanted to do. And this is how her mother was pushing her. So my question is, and in that age gap, what in the world do you have in common other than that money? Nothing. Because honestly, their conversations in front of me were like Venus and Pluto. They did not get it.
Yeah. When I worked on cruise ships, I remember seeing the first time ever in my life, because I didn't think it was real, I saw a child bride. She was listed as a guest for youth services, and she never showed up for the youth program. And I ran into her at the pool, and her husband, who was clearly old enough to be my grandfather, walked up and he's like, "Can I help you?" And I said, "Obviously not." And you know? And she said, no, that's my husband. And she was about 15 or 16. But then we also have to look at some of the cultural ramifications. This is a cultural thing. I've seen women that were from various different countries that were child brides, and they'd been married 25, 30 years, and they had grown to love their husbands, and their husbands had paid a fee to the family to marry said woman. So I mean, so we start looking at the cultural aspects in some situations, but I think there is something a little bit lopsided when we start looking at, like you said, Lala, 16, 17, 18, and he's 45 and 50. It's just like, okay, like where's the cutoff?
Well, recently we saw that with Kimora and Russell's daughter, guys. Remember?
Girl.
Okay, and Kimora came out. Now, mind you, Kimora was young when Russell grabbed her. Okay,
Young.
for her to turn around and say that about her daughter, she came out on TMZ talking about this ain't, no, I'm not acceptable with this, and I don't like it, and no, she was just experimenting. She shut that down real quick.
Listen, I'm glad y'all brought that up. I'm going to have a point on that. But first, if you are just tuning in, welcome to Fly Nubian Queen TV. And if you are like, wait a minute, I am in the area of looking for my mate, then we have a free gift for you. Text the word Queens to 87948, where you can actually get a free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking by Dr. Boyce Watkins. And this book is all about choosing someone and that's financially responsible. Because here's the thing, guys, the third leading cause of divorce is the money. So make sure you text the word Queens to 87948. Also, make sure you share, like, follow, do all the things on this episode. We truly appreciate your engagement. And now, listen, since you brought it up, this Aoki Lee Simmons, honey, when I first saw it pop up on my news feed, I was like, what in the world? And then I instantly did think about, okay, well, she kind of grew up in that with her mom and her dad. But again, what do you have in common with a 65-year-old? Like, y'all both like to golf. Okay, great. But what y'all gonna talk about?
I think it's interesting because Aoki went to Harvard, right? There was one daughter who was clearly on the track to modeling and maybe party girl status, if you would call it that, early. But then I think it threw everyone for a loop because here she is, Harvard educated. She seemed very grounded. And I don't even know what that video was of her and the gentleman and the traveling. And she looked like she was kind of out of sorts. But how do you get from being Russell Simmons' daughter to essentially what looks like you try to, or you've gotten yourself into a sugar baby relationship, or what appears to be like a little sugar baby summer fun, right? Or a spring break fun, whatever time of year it was. How do you get to that, right? Because we could understand a young girl that comes from less, but this is Russell Simmons. He's the first billionaire of the hip hop, like kind of money elite class, right? So how does that happen is the question that I was left when I saw it all.
Well, what I would say, because I'm speaking from experience now, I'm not speculating. Most of those relationships happen because there is exchange happening. So with age gap relationships, usually an older man will date a younger woman because he's looking for someone who is youthful and fun and can live out certain fantasies per se, that especially when they're older, and this is not discussed a lot of men go through, especially if they're single, so they're not married, they don't have a wife, something like that. A lot of men go through facing mortality, facing death, facing aging. We don't really talk about the things that men go through when they get older. A lot of that conversation is safe for women, but when men get older, they worry about there's more years behind them than ahead of them, and to make the best of those years. So they're trying to feel young, they're trying to feel youthful, they're trying to maximize what's left of their years. So they'll be attracted or solicit a younger woman so that they can still feel youthful and forget that they're aging and dying. When it comes to, and this happens regardless of class. Now, what's unique about rich older men, though, is when a man is wealthy or has money, he will often seek, if he definitely has those desires, seek a younger woman. He is in addition, he's trying to feel younger and have that youthful side. But I will definitely not recommend for most younger women to date older men. Usually you're attracted or you like the idea of doing that because you want someone more stable, someone more mature. A lot of men in your age group, especially if you're unmarried, are not financially stable enough, not mature enough. You don't really have like certain level of intellectual aptitude. So that is what will attract a younger woman to an older man, and the idea of him taking care of you. And he will actually kind of like the idea of taking care of you as well, because he'll still feel useful, he'll still feel vital, he'll still feel vibrant. However, it's a trade-off, because the trade-off happens is, even though you are getting those things, hopefully, because there's, in my opinion, there's no point in dating anyone older if they are not at least financially stable. If you ain't financially stable, girl, you might as well just date in your own age range. But you're attracted to, the trade-off is you're also going to deal with their health issues, whether it's physical or sexual in nature. That tends to happen a lot. You're also going to deal with, you don't want to be a nurse with a purse. You also are going to deal with, they tend to be very stubborn and set in their ways. They're not changing. So whatever it is you're signing up for. And with a wealthy older man too, more chances than not, he is looking at you as a status symbol or something to flash or a piece of property. Just to like sum that up. So if you're looking for love, chances are he doesn't love you like that. Chances are you are in the rotation. He may have, if he's wealthy, more than one girlfriend. Chances are you are just, for now, he might have, especially if he's been married before and he don't want to do it again.
If I can interject, I think, Athena, I appreciate it. Girl, I appreciate you. But no, he's looking for a hospice wife, honey. These men he's looking for a hospice wife because he got one foot in the grave and he is on the wrong side of the cross. Amen. And he done messed up somewhere. He got a bunch of kids he didn't take care of. He did nothing for. Okay, let's just talk about it. I worked in healthcare before. Let's look at the men that are in the nursing homes. They got 3, 4, 5, 6 kids that they never took care of because they were out there finger popping and booty rocking. They had a good time. And now look, you're old and no one wants to be bothered with you because you didn't want to be bothered with anyone when you were on your good leg and you had your good wallet. Now you're broke. Or now you got a whole lot of money, you got dividends, and nobody still wants to be bothered with you. So that's when they realize, I have to pay for company, and I am sorry. Youthful women should not have to bow down and become a nurse for the purse. Just no. I'm sorry. No, let him take care of himself. Let him go register in a nursing home, cash in that money and go to an assisted living and go get health care. No. Absolutely not. It's called the healthcare system for a reason. No, but being a hospice wife, I don't advise that for any woman, because when he drops dead or something happens to him, guess what? Those very children he did nothing for, those women, those boys and girls come running to cash out life insurance policies and to take what belonged to him, you, and whoever else is in the way when it's time to cash out. Sorry, that was my rant for the morning.
You came through on fire, Erica.
I'm sorry. I'll have some water.
That Anna Nicole Smith situation when she was dating the older man, and how whenever it was time for him to pass and pass on his wealth, the whole family was like, we don't care who you are. That is owed to us.
Exactly. The children come to get what's theirs, because you have to keep into consideration and remember, these men don't tell you who they were and what they did 25, 30, 40 years ago. All you're seeing is who they are now and where they are now. And it's, oh my God, look, he's so old and nobody comes to check on him. Yeah, but why? Why?
I would say that most of those relationships, and I agree with you, Erica, and I can say this from experience and then from the outside looking in, most of those relationships are predatory in nature. The men try to take advantage of the naivety of the women who are younger. And I would most of the time not recommend dating someone that much significantly older than you because of the trade-offs I mentioned before, but also most of the time there is an element of grooming, like Lala mentioned earlier, and there is a element of wanting to control. They have high levels of, I think a lot of them have control issues, if I'm going to be honest. And I think my stint, which was very brief stint in doing that, that was part of the reasons why I did not continue with those relationships, because I definitely felt like, well, any man trying to control me is going to have a problem. But I think I'm very smart and intelligent, and I know, and I'm not doing anything I don't want to do. And I'm not going to sign myself up for slaughter, no matter how much older, richer, whatever it is. So I definitely ended those relationships because I felt like the men were not great in character, especially when he's older and has a lot of wealth. I definitely, even observing other people who live that dynamic, I definitely found the men to be lacking in character and more deviant.
Here's where, and see, this is what happens when older men or someone older goes after someone not younger or less mature. What tends to happen is you don't understand that who he is as an older person at 65, 70, or 80, that's who he was at 25 or 30. It's just more pronounced now because he's older. Just because this is how if he's ornery and scroungy and he just came into some money, he's always been that way. He was that way when he was broke. He's that way with money. He's that way when he's old. He was that way when he was young. These are personality traits and these are characteristics. And what happens is when they get younger women, you are starting to diminish who you are to fit into the mold of this for whatever you think you're going to get out of it. But technically what you're doing is you're leaving a part of your soul on the table. You're ripping a piece of yourself that you are leaving on the table that you're not going to walk because you're going to remember that. Mm-hmm. He's going to die. He's going to move on. You're going to get tired of it. And then what happens is now you can't relate to your own age group of people. You can't relate to your own circle of friends because now you have sat around somebody that is 35, 40 years older than you, and you're having senior conversations when you really should be living your life and going to learn something.
Listen,
well, we can't just put it all on men, though, ladies. We can't.
No, definitely can't put it on men because, honey, it's some vicious women.
There are a lot of women that also do this too. Remember, they call us cougars. All right. Yes. So I can't imagine dating a younger man myself, but I actually have seen that a lot in my business. Women who get these young men, and these young men cater to exactly what they want, the older women want. We all know that we mature differently. Women mature a little bit faster than women. It's scientifically known. That's not a put down. So I don't want to hear none of that, y'all, in the comments. Don't come at me. That's just the truth. But when you get to a certain age, a woman wants to be frisky and kind of relive her youth as well. So a young man serves that purpose for her, as long as they're fine and she's not grooming and blah, blah, blah. Same thing I'm going to say, because you're talking to someone who is dealing with that in my life, is sexual trauma. So I'm always going to put it on fleek when we're talking about that. Okay. But if it's something that you both agree to and you're fine with it, fine. But you better make sure your financial house is in order. I don't care if you're the woman or the man. Don't you just go into this relationship expecting that that's what you're going to get from that partner because they're older and they're more financially stable. Because like you said, those children are coming out of the woodwork. They're like, oh, no. He had me first. I don't care what kid it is. Right? You got to get it in order. And it's fun to play games when you're older and you're fine and everybody's committed. But when you get to that point, you also need to get serious and talk about your finances.
Yes,
people coming after people's houses and cars and inheritance. I see it every day in my job.
And I'm going to pause you ladies because y'all are on fire still. We done hit a hot topic. But no matter what age you are, young or old, single or in a relationship, make sure that you text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can get your free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins, because we all need to make sure that we are entering our relationships from a good financial space and that we are partnering with partners who are also in a good financial space, because we want to start to break down these statistics and we don't want to be divorcing down the line because of our money. So again, make sure you text the word Queens with an S on the end to 87948 so that you can get your free copy of the book Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. All right. If you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. My name is Lindsay Vertner, and I am joined by my very beautiful co-queens, Athena Gardner, Erica Lewis, Laura Key, and Marlo Layson. And today we've been talking about relationships with the age gap. And I'm not just talking 2 or 3 years. I'm talking 10 plus years in age differences. So we have been having a hot and heated discussion.
And what we actually back on is what we pretty much see in the celebrity world. But let's talk about it in everyday life. Don't we all have somebody that we know that is in this situation? With men, they call it midlife crisis, right? But with women, they call them the cougars. But we all know somebody. I literally have an acquaintance, not a very good friend, but literally goes to date women who are he gets older, but he keeps the ages of the girls the same amount, because his excuse is he wants to train them up the way that he wants them to do. Well, when the women get smart after being in the relationship for 6-7 years, they're like, wait a minute, there's more to life, and they move on. What does he do? I gotta get another one and train him up again. I want to say something so bad, none of my business. If that's what they're doing, is what they're doing. But there are situations like that where a certain person, whether it be a man or woman, only wants a certain person to be in a certain status so that they can train them or guide them into the lifestyle that they want them to lead. And that's a problem. That's a problem, because now you've got several women who just, they're not in it together anymore. So this isn't just for celebrities, right? Yes, sugar daddies, sugar mamas, but honey, if you ain't got no money, you can't be the sugar. So I'm telling you, this gentleman, that acquaintance that I know, is not really a sugar daddy.
He's just a stevia daddy.
What is he
called? A stevia daddy.
Oh my God. Oh,
the low budget sugar daddy, the stevia daddy. Listen, I agree with everything you ladies have said. I do believe that the person who is the older person in the situation is the person who is looking for control within the relationship. So whether it's an older man with a younger woman, or in this case of Drea and her boyfriend Jaden, an older woman with a younger man, the person who is older tends to be the one who is looking or has a control dynamics in the relationship. Now, I know a lot of people are upset with Drea for dating this younger guy. And to be honest, I don't think it's well or great that she is or is having a baby by him either. But I understand why she's doing that. Drea is in the basketball wives, entertainer circle. And what has happened to her is what happens to when the women in those circles get older. They start to realize through their relationships with these different men that the men are very difficult to control, that the men don't really love them or care for them like that, because Jaden is just the last. I'm looking at that as like an act of desperation, to be honest, and the last stop. I'm going to tell you why. She is dating him. He does meet the income requirement and the socioeconomic and status, right? But he is younger. So what older women in those positions tend to do when they date the younger guy is that, okay, I couldn't control the guys that were my age or older. They kind of played with me, pumped and dumped me, used me, whatever. So let me date the up and coming or the younger one, because he probably idealized me. He probably saw me on TV as his dream girl, and he's coming in nicer or more compliant and easier to control. So that is probably, and then he benefits because whatever, he could have an older woman fantasy, or she still looks good or whatever.
She's good arm candy. She's a decorative piece. He's got a trophy that everyone. I got her too. Everyone else had her. I can get her too.
Yes, and they tend to rotate women. Listen, they tend to rotate women around, which is kind of weird, but whatever. So that's what that dynamic is. So I'm actually looking at it. I was like, okay, this is her last hurrah, but I don't think the issue, and I'll be curious to see how this plays out, is the maturity level of men in the league at that age. They're just, I just don't see that in a long-term relationship with that situation. There's no ring. You're going to be a baby mama for how many time again? Like,
he just had a baby in February. He just had a baby in February with another woman. So the thing is, as you, Athena, were so artfully putting it about the control and all of that stuff, she doesn't have that either, because he got his a set of ghetto twins, right? He got a baby by one mama over here that was born in February. Drea's baby's gonna be born sometime maybe this summer or the early fall. I don't know her due date, but she certainly isn't controlling him either. And what's worse is, I fear this relationship for her is not going to turn out the way that she wants, because I, as a sports fan, I also listen to basketball podcasts with professional players who host them and who sit in around and talk. And she gets brought up by these guys not in a healthy, favorable light, right? It makes him the butt of the joke. It makes her the butt of the joke. So it's not really a good look for anybody. I mean, if I could tell Drea anything, I say, girl, you need to get you an acting coach and work on all these little side hustles you got, you know, your Fashion Nova line, because she has some things that she's trying to do independently. But I don't think that this is particularly the move if you're looking to be the cougar that is kind of corralling this.
See, I think
you guys look at it, already a full-grown dog with a baby out here. So
talking about, you know, being tired of what she's used to and then trying the younger one, it's like, but he's still in that same world, you know. And so it makes me think about, are we being influenced by celebrities? That is a question that is floating around there, you know, as quote unquote normal folk, not in the limelight. Are we being influenced by celebrities and the things that they do? What are your thoughts on that, Eric?
Absolutely. When I have gone to high schools to talk to young people, and you have career day, and the first thing somebody says is, oh, I'm not going to college, I want to be an influencer. What? You want to be a what? And they can't even spell influencer. They don't even really know what an influencer does. They don't even realize the responsibility of being an influencer. They don't even realize that that they're already influencing somebody to either pay attention to them or ignore them at the present state where they are. So yes, a lot of these so-called celebrities are, you know, influencing regular life folks like you and I to kind of like step out there and do some of the weird stuff. I mean, going back to this young lady, Drea, I mean, there's no difference from what she's doing. She made an investment in a relationship with her womb. There's no different from her than somebody else I know, a young lady I knew. She actually had a baby at 51. She already had 2 grown kids that were in college, had a baby at 51 so she could maintain her Section 8. There is no, yes, ma'am. Yes, Marlo. Yes, girl. I saw your jaw drop. Yes, ma'am. So there is no difference between the poverty mindset versus somebody who's already in a socioeconomic status. Poverty mindset is poverty mindset. If you don't think anything of yourself, you're not going to do any better for yourself. It's the same difference.
And Erica, I'm so glad you said that, because I do think we need to call out women and how women monetize their womb is what I'm going to call it. How women monetize their womb and the messages and signaling we're getting out here. Because like you just mentioned, are we being influenced by celebrity culture? Yes. Do people want to be influencers? Yes. that kind of thinking, and that's in the ethos, is why we have women flying to Dubai doing all kind of degrading things for contracts, for money. That has us women who seek these professional athletes, wealthy men, to try to get pregnant by them, or fishing out condoms out of trash bins, and trying to have a child support guaranteed 18 year payment every year. That is, women do have a predatory mindset. So it's not just these older men. Women across the board do have a predatory mindset, in that they're trying to monetize their womb and use their children to finance their lifestyle. What do you guys think about that? Is that gold diggerish? Do you feel like, should a woman prioritize wealth in procreation or creating children? Because some can argue women are just having kids for nothing and getting nothing out of that. So, but I will say this, is that when women do these things, I think it's a very selfish nature. How many people had kids just to keep a man and learn that wasn't going to be the deal?
And there are some women that do that will have children, not just to keep the man, but to necessarily reap the benefits of having a child. There's certain things that they can't get from people. There's certain opportunities that they can't get. But when people see them with this baby, it gives them an opportunity of, now they can live vicariously through this child. So that's why it's a womb investment. Okay, no, certain men wouldn't look at me, or this guy that I dated 15 years ago wouldn't pay any attention to me. But now that I have a child and he feels bad for me, he'll buy me that Corvette. He'll get my rent paid. He'll buy me this. He'll buy me that. So yeah, I think a lot of women, again, their womb is an investment, but they also live vicariously through the child and get things that they normally wouldn't have gotten because of that baby.
Now, Marlo, I seen your mouth drop, so I want to get your take on this. And then Lala, I want to kick it to you to get your take on this, specifically in this whole womb investment we got going on.
Well, listen, I don't want to get us in trouble. Let's go to break. Because we got a lot to say, because I was triggered in that womb investment. So let's go to break. I'll come back.
Well, listen, kids are very, very expensive, and I think we often underestimate how much it costs to raise a child. And so make sure you text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can get your copy of the Financial Lovemaking book by Dr. Boyce Watkins. And it's free, okay? So you ain't got no excuses. And it's really going to help you to merge assets with your partner in a way that feels good, all right? Because listen, we know what else feels good that can lead to that womb investment we got going on. So we want to make sure everything all around is feeling good. Text the word Queens to 87948. And also make sure you like, love, share this live stream out. Keep your comments coming. We love responding to those. And if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. Myself is Lindsay Vertner, and I am joined by my gorgeous co-hosts that have a lot to say on this topic, Laura Lalaki, Erica Lewis, Athena Gardner, and Marlo Layson. So, Marlo, let's go on with that comment that you have waiting in the wings.
So let me take us back to where we met Drea, right? As we talk about babies being in womb investments and all of these things. Drea was on Basketball Wives, and part of the mess of her storyline was that she had this child, or her child had been taken from her by Child Protective Services, right? It's well documented. Her oldest son was 11 years old. She was a stripper. Somebody called the police. She went out to work to get her money. And somebody called the police because he had been out. She downplayed the story. The internet has tales, but there's the actual court documentation of what transpired. But I will say it does look like, she had that young man. He is now a young adult in college. She has another young child, not raising that child. That child is with is for a former NFL player I won't say his name, but it's all public on the Google. And then this baby is with yet another professional athlete, right? Mm-hmm. So I feel like maybe she's trying to get a little reset. Maybe she's trying to get, is she trying to get a do-over? Should we be looking at Drea like, you know, have you mastered being a mama? If you aren't having shown mama qualities in the past, should we just be writing this off as, you know, it's a womb check? Or should we be looking a little bit more closely at these women who are, you know, just having babies and not taking care of them? And then these kids get turned loose on society to do, you know, whatever. And every child doesn't turn out worst case scenario, but if for those of us who work in urban or inner city spaces with young people, you understand that the root cause of what's going on with kids a lot of times is parents. So should we be Drea with the baby? Like, I want to celebrate it. I want to be happy for her, but she already has a track record of not doing this job well, of being a mother. So I want to talk about that aspect, right? You keep cashing this womb check, girl, but you're not doing nothing with the little deposits.
Womb check, honey.
And I don't think she not just her, but most women in this situation, I don't think, again, they're interested in being a mother. It's literally, what can this child do for me? What benefits am I reaping by having this child? This child benefits them at least for the next 18 to 21 years, given whether this child goes to college or whatever. Between 18 and 21 years that this woman has really set. With Drea being 39 years old, yes, she is looking at her future. She never got a 401k plan. She probably never had a savings account. She maybe never even had a checking account unless she was on somebody's account that she was dating. Okay, so this woman, her retirement plan is this baby. I mean, we're not talking about her on the list, but I mean, since we're talking about basketball wives, let's look at Evelyn Lozada. No shade. I probably shouldn't have named her, but allegedly, you know, she ran through a few of the sports, you know, the sports franchises, and her last child might be like 6 or 7, and she had him with a baseball player. She kind of did the same thing. That was her investment plan. I mean, so the retirement plan rather. So these women invest completely different than Dr. Boyce is writing in the book that he has available. So, you know, these are their investment and retirement plans, and that's just the way it is. It's unfortunate, but that's all that they see that they can invest is their womb. They don't put their hands on anything to work. You talked about Drea having something with Fashion Nova or another conglomerate that she was working with fashion. It's really a shame that she didn't take that to the next level, because she could have had an independent clothing line, and that would have been, you know, she would have had, you know, an IP or something to her credit. But no, it's easier when you live off the back with someone else and just go ahead, I'm just gonna have this baby and take him to child support and do interviews for tabloids and make $25,000, $35,000 here and there. And it's just easier money versus working.
Now, Lola, I really want to hear your point, because I know you mentioned your son earlier and that he dates a little bit older. So what is your viewpoint on all of this?
Well, first, I think one of the main questions that was asked is, are we taking celebrity culture into our own world? And to an extent, I agree with that. But the question for me was, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I grew up hearing from other women, honey, you want to make sure that you present yourself very nicely so you can, you know, you might get an older man that could take good care of you and your children. And, you know, which came first? That wasn't influenced by a celebrity lifestyle. That was from wanting people to have security in their lives, because many of those women had lost their partner and then they had nothing and had to start all over again, right? We're coming from that mentality. So I don't know if I can agree that celebrityism is the main force that's driving this. I think it's just a matter of wanting to be taken care of. which you can also take care of yourself. You don't need a significant other to take care of you. Now, in the case of my son, like I said, the older man, I was fine. He never brings people around me that he doesn't think he's serious about. He may date 2 or 3 different men in between, but he will, when he is serious about someone, say, you need to meet my parents. And I appreciate that. And every last one of them have been gentlemen. They both have good heads on their shoulders. They've also helped my son in many ways, and he's helped them in their business. But like, I can honestly say, and my son would not be upset that I mentioned this, but one of his older partners helped him to kick alcohol. My son is now sober 4 years because he dated someone who saw that he could help him in this matter because he lived through it himself and has been sober over 30 something years. So I'm not to say that a difference in age is a bad thing all the way, but you gotta be equally yoked. Yes, I took it back there. Okay, Bible, I'm going to talk about it. You got to be equally yoked. You know, you can't have 2 different directions and have a peaceful home. A foundation has to be firm before you build on it, or else it's all going to come crumbling down. We all know that from relationships maybe that we've experienced before in our lives, whether it's the same age or not. So it really and truly is up to each individual. And I think we hear a lot of these cases because they are celebrity people talking about it, but there's also a lot of positive celebrities who got different age groups. Bruce Willis and his wife, Catherine Zeta-Jones, you know, they have different age gaps, but they're still thriving and living and growing and still loving one another. So it just depends on who it is and if you both have the same yoke that you're going for. And I'm never going to shame somebody for loving who they love. I don't care if they're purple, green, blue, black, purple, black, man, white, polka dot, whatever. But just make sure that you have that foundation. And part of that self-love is Dr. Boyce's book. I mean, you got to love yourself enough to know that you got to have your own foundation to bring to the table as well so that you can grow together. Simple as that.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned equally yoked because I think that's the key factor. Because if we look in history, women were often told, like, make sure you find somebody financially secure and has a job and can take care of you. However, we have to think about women weren't allowed often to work, weren't allowed to have businesses, weren't allowed to do the things that men were allowed to do. They were expected to cook, clean, and raise the babies. And so they kind of had to look to, okay, who can I marry that can take care of me because I have to cook, clean, and raise the babies. But in today's society, women are allowed to do all those things. We're allowed to shatter the financial ceilings. And a lot of young people are even making their own money now. It's really about, we don't have the same excuses that we used to have. And with technology, there's so much that we are open to. So it's about what is your personal preference of these things and being equally yoked. I think that is the most important part. Are we along the same direction, the same path? Are we in alignment with our values and our goals and the things that we're striving for? So we have had a great discussion. One more time, listen, if you have not yet texted the word Queens to 87948, make sure that you do that right now so that you can get your free copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins, because it is going to help you marry your assets with your partner in a way that feels good, okay? No matter where either of you come from, because sometimes when we talk about money, we can get a little bit sticky, a little bit, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to face that. But we have to be able to have these discussions. And that book, Financial Lovemaking by Dr. Boyce Watkins, is an amazing way for you to have those discussions. So text the word Queens to 87948. Now, ladies, do you have any final thoughts as we wrap up today's discussion?
I actually want to be devil's advocate for a second. If a man wants to date someone younger and provide financially, and they have an agreement that, okay, I'm paying your bills, and on your side of the exchange, it's going to be my cute wife, and you can sit down and kick your feet up. Is there anything really wrong with that? If both people are consenting to that and that's the arrangement they want to do?
No, I think it's what you two decide together as a couple. And if you're both on the same path, there's no problem with that, as long as one is not trying to gain something out of the other, or the other is looking for an equally yoked person. As long as you both have those tough conversations in any relationship that you're at, your job, your partner, your spirituality, your therapist, your whoever you're doing, you have to be able to discuss and communicate what it is that you really want from one another. If you both agree and you both sign on, then there is nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I think it boils down to the respect factor. You have to respect the person that you're involved with, and you have to more than anything, respect the relationship. Because if you don't respect the relationship, that means you don't respect the person and you don't respect yourself. And then ultimately in the end, you're both going to lose. So yes, I agree with Lala. Having those conversations straight away, straightforward, first date, first phone call. What are your expectations? What do you want to get out of this? What can you put into this? And we didn't even get the opportunity. Maybe we'll talk about it in another setting, as to, what's being brought to the table, and if your table can handle what's being delivered. So it's all about, again, being equally yoked. I agree.
Okay. I just wanted to ask because I think I can see both sides, but what I will say is that a lot of those decisions are being made, especially by women, because of fear and the fear of lack of resources. And I do think that a lot of women exhibit dusty behavior is what I call it. I have 4 brothers, and I tried to tell, I was like, listen, a lot of women out here dusty, right? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. So I think that it was good to bring up. And a lot of women, there's a sprinkle movement going on. A lot of women are not trying to work or do anything nowadays. So, if a man is willing to consent to that arrangement, I think that's, between those two consenting adults.
From the sprinkle movement, I follow her too. She is quite entertaining. But I think what people fail to realize is she's been married to James 25 years. So, what men were doing 25 years ago, they ain't necessarily doing right now. Everyday waking life. So, she is, she's got some time on her. He's got some time on him, and they've got time together. So, a lot of that is tolerated because he knew what he was walking into, and at this point, it's cheaper to keep her. So,
yeah, and he already left his wife for her. So, what else is he gonna do?
Exactly.
Now y'all gonna have me Googling what is sprinkle.
I'm just saying to myself, I cannot believe I'm about to go and figure out what sprinkle is.
What? Y'all don't know she was 7.
No.
Y'all don't know. We will do a segment on her next time, I'm sure.
Yes. Athena, I'm with you on that one.
Listen, ladies, this has been a great discussion. My final thoughts: earlier, I mentioned about money being the 3rd leading cause of divorce, but I didn't tell you what the number 1 was, and it's basic incompatibility. It is 43%. That is how much it is of divorces. So 43% of divorces are from basic incompatibility. And so it makes you wonder, is it because of that age gap, or, having this idea of who this person is and what I want them to be, and then getting into the relationship and it not matching. And then the second cause is infidelity. And then the third cause is money. So we really have to consider all of these things when we are thinking about the relationships. Now, like you mentioned earlier, if it's just because you want to have some fun, then we need to make sure we're not having womb investments from that fun, because then you bring in other people into your situationship. But that's my final thoughts. It has been a great chat. Ladies, please let us know, let all the lovely viewers know, where can we find you? Lala, we will start with you. Let us know where we can find you on these internet streets.
Well, you can find me everywhere because I am actually a social media freak. So you're going to find me on all different platforms under Realty Goddess. But if you want to see me anywhere else, all you have to do is click bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Thank you. Miss Erica, where can we find you on these internet streets?
All right. Well, you can find, I'm pretty much a little bit everywhere. You can find me. My website will be up and running, thank God. This evening, I had to do some rebuilding after the release of my book, Faith in Transition, My Journey to 50. So tomorrow, you can find me at faithinTransition.com.
Okay, Erica, you're 50. You going to be dating anybody that's 25 or 75?
Hell no.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
I do not recommend women to date younger. Absolutely not.
Athena, go ahead and tell us where we can find you on these streets.
Listen, ladies, if you don't want to be a dusty woman and have to make these womb investments, you can find me at wewealthwomen.com, where I teach you all financial and wealth literacy so you guys can become the wealthy goddesses you're supposed to be. So follow me at wewealthwomen.com, and I am everywhere on social media at wewealthwomen.
All right. And last but not least, lovely Marlo, where can we find you on these internet streets?
Well, I am all over these internet streets in terms of news and journalistic endeavors. So you can find my writings in a Google News search near you, I suppose. And other than that, I am on social media. Instagram, I am Ola Marlo. That is Marlo backwards and then forward. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. And my name is Lindsay Vertner. You can find me at liveafirstclasslife.com. You can shop the things. You can connect with me on all of the social media platforms. As long as you spell my name right, that is where you'll find me, liveafirstclasslife.com. Listen, y'all, this has been a quite interesting discussion on these age gap relationships. Now, no matter who you love, like our sister Lala said, just make sure you're equally yoked, okay? Whether you're 10 years apart or 2 years apart or all in between, make sure you're equally yoked so that that relationship can actually stand the test of time. And make sure that you download your free copy of the book, Financial Lovemaking, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. Text Queens to 87948. If you haven't gotten it already, do that right now. Meanwhile, we thank you and appreciate you so much for joining us. Don't forget to like, love, subscribe, share, do all the things, and keep your comments coming in the comment section. My name is Lindsay Vertner, and I've been joined by my beautiful co-host here. And you can find us every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern. So we hope that you stay empowered and inspired to take charge of your financial future. Thanks for watching. Bye now.
Do you remember being in the classroom and I guess pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, and basically learning like how to sound out words and letters? And if you have any thoughts of your early childhood experience with that, feel free to chime in and what you think about children just sort of being passed through the pipeline.
In my house, it was mandatory. It didn't, I mean, what I got taught at school is what I got taught at school. But my mother also made it a point for me to know reading, writing, arithmetic. And when she was serious about that, we did after school every day. Yes, she would sound everything out for me. And it was fundamental. But then we got to a point later where you wanted to introduce things like rubric, just letting kids pass for no reason. And you make them sound it out. But if they spelled cat with a K, oh, good. It still sounds like cat. So this is how you spell cat. This does not serve our children. The rest of the world knows this. And this is why China and all these other countries make sure that their kids don't get this little demon are ready to get it. This is why the owner of TikTok doesn't let his children get on TikTok, because education becomes first. as soon as they come out of the womb, and they're not learning on these games. Okay. So in my household, it was beyond important for me to learn. Before you went outside to play, where's your homework? Where's your writing practice? How do you spell this? Would practice these things. But I see more and more in the schools, they do not do this anymore. And they've taken out the important key elements for the children to get the foundation and the basics.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. Like, I see it's kind of related to your point. There's a comment in the chat. And by the way, before I read this comment, I want everyone to take a moment, make sure you like and subscribe this channel, and also go over to flynubianmoney.com and check out the wealth of resources and programming that we have over there. That is actually a solution to the financial literacy crisis within our community and within this country. So I see a comment from B. Brown. And Erica, I want to get your take on this. And then I want to get Athena's take on this as well. And then you, Lala. The comment is this: how do you get the message to the parents who are barely educated themselves, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, literally? How do you get them to those meetings?
I think, you know what, sometimes we just have to take our own initiative. We have got to stop waiting for people to knock on our door, to slide a flyer on the door, or to post things in our community so we can see it on the community bulletin board, of which they're closing down all of our rec centers. We have got to stop waiting for the government, the schools, or anyone to do anything for us. It is our responsibility. I do consulting work, and sometimes I work in small towns, and I'm working right now in a very small town right outside of Alpine, New Jersey. Very small school. The oldest child that goes there is 8 years old, so it's very small.
Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I am your host, your proud host. Today, I'm going to use my full government name because we are going to be talking about education. So I am Jade N. Harrell, MED, right? And I am the founder of HighBlackEsteem.com. Today, we are talking about a literacy crisis in America. We're exploring this topic that some educators are saying that our children, Black children, don't know how to read, like literally are graduating high school and don't know how to read. And then we also had the governor this week of California, the governor of New York State, Kathy Hochul, who claimed that Black children in the Bronx don't even know what a computer is. So I am joined today by our queens. We have Miss Laura Lala Key. She is an international real estate agent. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
We're also joined by Miss Athena Gardner. She's a CPA and founder of her organization, WeWealthWomen.com. And we're welcoming for the first time an exquisite author, Miss Erica Lewis. She's the author of Faith in Transition, and she's the founder of Faith in Transition, LLC. So welcome, ladies. Happy Friday. How y'all doing?
It's Friday.
It's
wow.
It is. It really is. Right. And we've been rocking hard all week with our Fly Nubian Money segment right here on the Fly Nubian Queen Network. So make sure y'all are liking and sharing this broadcast and subscribing. I know all of us have gone to school, right? Some of us may have children in school. Some of us may be supporting children, young adults. But let's talk about this literacy crisis. Listen, one former educator said point blank, not point blank. Well, that's our children, this is like for real, right? All the same, right? But like our children cannot read, and the system is looking the other way about it. So we're gonna listen to what she has to say, and then we're gonna comment on it. I know the screen was shared, but it just went away. Well, while we get that up, she says, quote, our children cannot read and the system is looking the other way. They're well aware that the children are not learning, but they still pass them on to the next grade. What do you all think about that? Let me hear from Miss Erica. You know, you're an author, right? And so literacy is something that's really important to you and your brand. What are your initial thoughts about the state of literacy right now in the community?
You know, it's funny because some years ago I did community access television, and this was a topic, and it was back in 2003-4 when President Bush had implemented No Child Left Behind. And I think people are forgetting that this is the result of No Child Left Behind. That was implemented that bill in 2002, I believe it is. So we're looking at 22, 23 years later, and these are the repercussions of it. Because now you have educators coming from different regions of the world coming over to, let's say, New York on the East Coast. And if they're from Wisconsin and they're educating kids in the classroom because they can get a discount on their student loans or don't have to pay their student loans back because they're working in an urban community, do you really care if you're just going to work here 5 years just so you don't have to pay your student loans back? Of course not. So the No Child Left Behind, I think this is just the result and the residue of that act that was put into place in 2002 by President Bush.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Let's hear from Miss Athena. You are a CPA, right? And you work around, with wealth. And so what's in your profession, what's the importance in the relationship between literacy and financial literacy and well-being?
Well, I think literacy is important because if you cannot read, you have a hard time not only communicating, but also comprehending on a higher level. And those things are essential when it comes to now reading and understanding and all things coming up with money, your bank statements, your tax statements. And there's a strong correlation between literacy, as far as reading comprehension is, and financial literacy. If you have a hard time speaking and communicating, you're going to have a hard time managing money and your resources and communicating with people and professionals like myself, CPAs, or other professionals that can help you with your financial literacy.
Wow, thank you for that. It's really, really important that our children are getting all of the skills that they need that are necessary. And when we're talking about generational wealth and the transfer of wealth, home ownership is so important to that, Lala. So what is your take on this literacy crisis in our community, as well as the implications that it has within your industry?
Well, simple basics. If you can't read, you can't comprehend what you want to do. That means any kind of home ownership papers that you need to sign. If you don't know how to read those, you don't know what implications are from that. Anything with a loan, document loans, basic information of just banking. When you think about going to the bank, you have to read your documents. So it's not just that. It falls into many other things. If you can't read, you can't comprehend math. You can't comprehend history. You can't comprehend any basics that you have. But I'm literally seeing this when it comes to people who come to me to buy a house. This is why I take, and sometimes it takes hours, I kid you not, where we sit down and I literally go over every word of that contract with my clients so that they understand what's going on. So I am actually seeing in this younger generation that they are not reading on the level that they need to. And I agree with Erica. Listen, just anytime the government decides that they want to come in and step up and have a war on something, it seems like we fail. The No Child Left Behind, all of them left behind. Not only our communities, but that's our first communities that get hit, okay? But two, the war on drugs, we're losing that too. So anytime the government decides they want to get in, it seems that we fail tremendously and our children are suffering.
Thanks for that. And I know that, people have to read through dozens of pages, if not hundreds of pages of contracts when they're acquiring real estate. And so I definitely want to hear more about the implications of that within your industry. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Fly Nubian Money on the Fly Nubian Queen Network. Now we're going to hear from the former educator who says that America has a literacy crisis.
Like pretty stagnant for the last decade, but after the pandemic they plummeted, and now they were like, oh, we got to do something about it. Columbia University, I'm looking at you fully backed balanced reading, fully backed it. Teachers College was 100% pushing out balanced reading. That's why the kids don't know how to sound things out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go do some research. Now they're trying to push science of reading. That's the way. And if you're like, what science of reading? That's what we was doing. And by we, I'm talking about millennials and older. The one, the little book, you know, when we were sounding words out. That's, yeah. Now they're trying to bring that back. And if you're like, wait, they stopped doing that? Yes, for years they stopped doing it. I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm gonna be done. If you have the opportunity and the privilege, right? Because like taking off from work is a privilege. You need to start, and by you, I'm talking to parents and guardians, start going to these PTSA meetings and these district meetings. They are passing so many policies and they're banking on the fact that parents and families are not going to show up. You need to know what those policies are and how they're affecting your children, particularly Black and brown children. They know families can't or won't show up. You need to be more involved with your students' schooling. Their life, quite literally, depends on it. All right, I'm done.
Wow, shout out to that, sister. Let me hear from you, Erica. What's your take on what the former principal just laid out? Like, literally, kids are not learning science. I mean, excuse me, they're not learning phonics. Remember, like, we had phonics back in the day. They used to say, "Oh, hooked on phonics works for me," and you know how to sound things out and decode. They're not doing that. They're trying to bring it back. So, what are your thoughts on this?
You know, it's really sad. In 2017 to 2020, I took a sabbatical and I got out of here. And I worked as a cruise director. I needed to just regroup, refocus, and reshape. And I did that. And I worked on ships. And it brings me to a contract I did in Australia when I spent 7 days in Papua New Guinea. And here I was in a third world country where everyone had to plant their food, live off the land, wait for it to rain in order to have water. Wash their clothes only when it rains, drink water only when it rains. But you have school-age children who were speaking 3, 4, and 5 different languages. And this is a third world country. It is very unfortunate that we have allowed our country and our children to fall into this pit hole. You know, we can't pull them out of it because you know what? Now it's a cycle. Because if we go back to 2002 with No Child Left Behind, that's been implemented. So then you have a generation that was passed on. And then guess what? Since they don't know, they're going to not teach their children because they didn't know to show their children. So now you have a generation of illiteracy that's being passed down. And unfortunately, as it's being passed down, it's getting worse because what little bit of information was once there is slowly being eliminated as the generations progress. I really think that parents really need to just focus. You have kids, you have to get in there and ask questions. Yes, you're going to have teachers in the classroom who don't care, but as a parent, you need to care. They're not teaching cursive in school anymore, which blew my mind. I had no idea about that. I think, honestly, it's up to parents to say, you know what? I can't rely on the school system. I need to get my kid in other programs outside of the city, maybe outside of the state, different programs where they'll go to in the summer, different programs where they'll go to on winter break. We need to start as parents, start thinking outside of the box where we can actually get our kids in shape for their future, because honestly, the government is not. They could care less.
Absolutely. And thank you for that analysis. If you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money on Fly Nubian Queen Network. We want you to go ahead and text the word Queens to 87948. The number is on your screen. Text the word Queens to 87948. You'll be notified when we do go live. And you'll also get a free download from our sponsor at the Black Business School. All right, the blackbusinessschool.com. Shout out to the Black Business School. They have a whole AI generated stock options list. And so, you know, this is something that we can use to support ourselves when we're talking about financial literacy, in addition to, you know, the like real literacy, like, right, learning how to basically read and write within the context of this conversation. But definitely join our list. Text the word Queens to 3199. Text the word Queens to that number that was on the screen, and definitely like, share, and subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen Network. Again, that number is 87948. Now, we had our real estate guru, Lala, who is on with us, but unfortunately, she got kicked out. So we're working on bringing her back. She's having, some technical difficulties, like electricity in her neighborhood went out, but she is like listening. So we're trying to bring our sister back in. So I do want to weigh in on your take on this, Athena. What did you get from that video?
Well, what I basically got from the video is that our government are failing our children. And I personally feel like our government does not care about children in this country. Why would I say that? A lot of funding from first education comes from state and local funding. The federal government does not have extensive, or should be putting more resources into education, especially with our literacy rates being what it is. Now, if you have money to fund wars in Ukraine, you have money to send to go to Gaza and with Palestine, why do we not have money to put towards education and also childcare cost relief to help students and parents bring about the best children that they possibly can? And why is it that we made the switch to, like she said in the video, balanced reading versus phonics reading? I never did Hooked on Phonics, but I remember that commercial growing up, right? I remember that commercial, and I think that that was a more solid program to help children. I just feel like overall our government does not really care about children, and America, we need to do better.
Thank you for that. Hey, Lala's back.
The little gremlins got me, but I won.
You did. You're winning.
Went down. I was like, not today. Not today.
Okay, cool. So we played the clip. We showed the clip of the former principal talking about the literacy crisis, breaking down that like children are not learning basic phonetics, like how to sound out words or how to correlate sounds and consonants and blends and vowel sounds and stuff. And so, we're just getting everyone's take on that. And so clearly, Lala, there has been a huge disparity in terms of how we learned how to read and what children are learning in school right now. And now they're trying to bring back some of those old practices. Do you remember being in the classroom and I guess pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, and basically learning like how to sound out words and letters? And if you have any thoughts of your early childhood experience with that, feel free to chime in and what you think about children just sort of being passed through the pipeline.
In my house, it was mandatory. It didn't, I mean, what I got taught at school is what I got taught at school. But my mother also made it a point for me to know reading, writing, arithmetic. And when she was serious about that, we did after school every day. Yes, she would sound everything out for me. And it was fundamental. But then we got to a point later where you wanted to introduce things like rubric, just letting kids pass for no reason. And you make them sound it out. But if they spelled cat with a K, oh, good. It still sounds like cat. So this is how you spell cat. This does not serve our children. The rest of the world knows this. And this is why China and all these other countries make sure that their kids don't get this little demon before they are ready to get it. This is why the owner of TikTok doesn't let his children get on TikTok, because education becomes first. As soon as they come out of the womb, and they're not learning on these games. Okay. So in my household, it was beyond important for me to learn. Before you went outside to play, where's your homework? Where's your writing practice? How do you spell this? Would practice these things. But I see more and more in the schools, they do not do this anymore. And they've taken out the important key elements for the children to get the foundation and the basics.
Absolutely. And thank you for that. I see along, it's kind of related to your point. There's a comment in the chat. And by the way, before I read this comment, I want everyone to take a moment, make sure you like and subscribe this channel, and also go over to flynubianmoney.com and check out the wealth of resources and programming that we have over there. That is actually a solution to the financial literacy crisis within our community and within this country. So I see a comment from B Brown, and Erica, I want to get your take on this, and then I want to get Athena's take on this as well, and then you, Lala. The comment is this: how do you get the message to the parents who are barely educated themselves, trying to make $1 out of 15 cents, literally? How do you get them to those meetings?
I think, you know what, sometimes we just have to take our own initiative. We have got to stop waiting for people to knock on our door, to slide a flyer on the door, or to post things in our community so we can see it on the community bulletin board, of which they're closing down all of our rec centers. We have got to stop waiting for the government, the schools, or anyone to do anything for us. It is our responsibility. I do consulting work, and sometimes I work in small towns, and I'm working right now in a very small town right outside of Alpine, New Jersey. Very small school. The oldest child that goes there is 8 years old, so it's very small, and it's kind of like a daycare. But they do agriculture. They plant their food. They're learning 2 and 3 languages before they're 8 years old. They're doing swimming. They're doing arts and crafts. They're learning sewing. And out of all of these children, as I sat there and looked at posters on the wall, there was one Black child. It is so important that we decide that, you know what, if I have to travel 30 miles each way to get my baby to this program, then that's just what I'm going to have to do. We have to start making those hard decisions to be uncomfortable in certain areas of our life, so that in the future, our children will have the opportunity to be comfortable in going to their next level of education. Because if there's not a level of uncomfortability at some point, you know, you'll never be comfortable in any other area, because the cycle of struggle is going to continue. You're going to have to do your research. Yes, we have these glorious phones, but what are we using them for? You know, we're TikToking, we're Facebooking, we're IGing, we're posting pictures, but is anybody doing their resume? Is anybody looking for programs? All of this information is on your phone. It's what we decide to do with it. So yes, I am holding mamas and daddies accountable. Yes, I am. It comes to a point where we already know what they're not going to do for us, so then it becomes, what are you going to do for yourself?
I think
I have
that's
to agree with that,
Erica, because I think that a great illusion that we have is that, well, maybe that was in the past, but certainly not the reality now, that the government or America provides or take care of the society in a way that is beneficial. And as time progresses and more time goes on, we are starting to see the cracks. We are starting to see the cracks in the American dream. When it comes to children and it comes to education, the question was, how do parents try to make $1 out of 15 cents can be active with their children? And it brings a point that, yes, I do think that when you decide to have children, that you are accountable and you have to show up in ways more than just cooking and feeding them and sending them to school. You have to make sure that the education is not only in school, but at home, and that you're having relationships with your teachers and you understand what's going on. However, this points to also within America, the own financial caste system that exists. If you are a working parent, working low to minimum wage, working 2 or 3 jobs just to survive, can you leave your 2-3 jobs? Realistically, can you leave your 2-3 jobs to show up to the PTA meeting? Can you afford to even take that time away to be active in your children's life? Not with what the cost of daycare is. The average daycare, depending on, because there are some needs-based program, is $400 to $1,400 a month in America. That's the average daycare cost for one child, by the way. For one child. So if you have to work, if you have to provide daycare costs, a lot of our, even how society is in America, where we don't have a lot of communal living anymore, or multi-generational homes or multi-generational communities. It's usually mom, dad, and the kid who's watching, little Susie, who's doing that. So yes, on one hand, the parents need to be more accountable, but I think this is also screaming a financial crisis, is closely tied to a financial crisis in this country.
Awesome.
I have to agree with that, because I need to just step in here in the fact that I think the disparity is not just in the schools. It's in the fact that the cost of living has gone up so high that people are having to work 2 and 3 jobs. And when you have the children, you do have to make that hard decision. I recently had a couple that was ready to buy a home, and she was a full-time worker, and then they had a child, and they were excited. She fully thought she was going to go back to work. But then when they saw the cost of childcare, she would only be going back to work to pay for the childcare. So she decided that she would be the one at home and to help do the educating with the child. And after the pandemic, a lot of people have decided to do that too. But when you have the disparity of the cost of living to what you're bringing home, this is one of the basic fundamentals of why we have these problems with the education in the first place. Parents can't, a lot of times, take off that time. They got to put the food on the table.
It's really funny because when I do work outside of the urban communities and I'm in the suburban of the suburbans, those suburban areas, they have from June until I think October or November, the farmers market where things are given away. They have all of these resources and we don't know anything about it because we're down this way, maybe 45 minutes to an hour away. And it's like you struggle, you figure it out. You struggle, you figure it out. It becomes that same ongoing song until you're just blue in the face and you just don't know what to do, and then now that's your legacy of struggle, figure it out. So what we have to do is come to a realization that there are things that are available, and just because it's 45 minutes to an hour away does not mean that you can't have access to it too. There has to be a point where you say, all right, we're going to do without this so I can do that. If that means, I love a good manicure, but if that means if I have a child and I can't get my nails done for this year, then oh well. I need my hair done right now, but you know what? Gel was $2.99 and I slapped it up in the bun. We got to get to that point.
I love that. I love that.
There's a more number into it.
That's how you make $1 out of 15 cents. Okay, you look at that budget and be like,
baby, gel and some brush will save your life. So
okay. All right, y'all. Listen, we're tuned in to the Fly Nubian Money segment right here on Fly Nubian Queen TV.com. Make sure you all like and share this broadcast. I just want to, if you just came in, hey y'all, hey. I popped out, I popped back in. I think Lala started something. I was like, you know what, not today, Satan. We are going to have this conversation because this is really important. I don't know what's going on.
War on education, honey. They don't want us to be great, honey.
Right. I don't know if it's conspiracy or what. But if you're just tuning in, I wanted to make sure that you're brought up to speed in terms of what we're talking about here today. The topic is, why aren't Black kids being educated? There is a sister who went viral on social media. She's a former principal, and she said that our children are not learning how to read. And so let's take a look at that soundbite again and further discuss. In the meantime, I would love for you all to like and share this broadcast. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
And I was a high school teacher. And I need you to know America's in a literacy crisis, and they're not making a big enough deal about it. Our children cannot read. Our children cannot read, let alone writing a paragraph, let alone comprehension. They cannot read. They do not know how to sound words out. They were not taught that. And if you're wondering, well, then why does my kid just keep getting passed on to the next grade? Because that's what they're doing now. They're not holding the children back. They're moving them on. They're graduating them, knowing that your child is illiterate. Our next change makers, our next lawmakers, our next voters cannot read. I beg of you, take the tablets and the cell phones away. Practice letter recognition and sounds and reading with your child, please. And I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. They been new. They been knew the babies couldn't read and didn't care. You know when they started caring? After the pandemic. Them test scores plummeted. First of all, like test scores for reading were like pretty stagnant for the last like decade. But after the pandemic, they plummeted. And now they were like, oh, we got to do something about it. Columbia University, I'm looking at you. You fully backed balanced reading, fully backed it. Teachers College was 100% pushing out balanced reading. That's why the kids don't know how to sound things out. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, please go do some research. Now they're trying to push science of reading. That's the way. And if you're like, what's science of reading? That's what we was doing. And by we, I'm talking about millennials and older. The one, the little book, you know, when we were sounding words out. That's, yeah. Now they're trying to bring that back. And if you're like, wait, they stopped doing that? Yes, for years they stopped doing it. I'm gonna say this last thing and I'm gonna be done. If you have the opportunity and the privilege, right? Because like taking off from work is a privilege. You need to start, and by you, I'm talking to parents and guardians. Start going to these PTSA meetings and these district meetings. They are passing so many policies and they're banking on the fact that parents and families are not going to show up. You need to know what those policies are and how they're affecting your children, particularly Black and brown children. They know families can't or won't show up. You need to be more involved with your students' schooling. Their life, quite literally, depends on it. All right, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, team, for showing that. Shout out to that sister, Black Educators Matter. Somebody in the comments asked, why do we keep saying Black children? Because this is a Black space. And speaking of Black, this segment is sponsored by the Black Business School. So when you text the word Queens to 87948, you will receive a free list of stocks to invest in from the Black Business School. This is a space right here on the Fly Nubian Money segment on the Fly Nubian Queen TV network, where we do center Black issues. And I'm really glad that former Black principal called out this issue in terms of how it is impacting our community. Now that we've heard this clip again, panel, sisters, queens on the panel, what is your take? Anything new stand out for you? Did you get any new thoughts?
I actually did. So when I listened to her talking again, what came to my mind is, what does the future look like if our kids are struggling to read now? What does retirement look like? What does Social Security look like? What does the workforce look like? Okay, are we going to be in a system where we don't produce intelligent, informed adults? What does voting look like in the future?
Mm-hmm.
If you can't read and you lack comprehension, how are you going to make sense of who you pick to run the future of your country? I think this is highlighting and is a part of a major big issue, which is I think America is going through a reckoning. America that you knew before is not the America now. Yesterday's price is not today's price. Okay, bless Fat Joe the Prophet with that one. Okay, he knew. We need an entire wake up call. With AI coming out, children not being able to read, inflation, families more oppressed. Okay, companies every day are looking ways to cut costs. So I'm a CPA. I know the first thing that gets cut when a company is going through something are the workforce, because salaries and overhead are the biggest expenses. Way everything looking right now, it looks like we're one like stone throw away from like universal income, because it's just like the perfect storm. Now, even with open up of immigration and that topic, and I know that can be a hot topic, but what that does is most of the immigrants come in to take the jobs either that are highly skilled or most people don't want to do, or to have a cheap workforce. So the average American child, what does their future look like between immigration, between AI, between not being able to read, that's going to be a frustrated individual. You can't read and write properly because you're struggling with literacy rates, and shame on these schools for pushing these kids through. right? I think that we have become soft. That's why we are lagging. We are lagging behind third world countries.
We are.
Third world countries. I grew up in Jamaica. I'm an immigrant. I came to this country. I remember what it was like going to school there. We had less resources, no AC, all up in a bench, right? Only to come here and have everything and they do half as work. Now, I'm not blaming anybody, right? But the idea that the government is having a safety net that cares about us is a false reality. The government is concerned with other things. The federal government doesn't even fund education as much as it should because most of that funding comes from state and local government. So I would like to hear your thoughts on this, ladies, because I just went into like the future, but I just feel like it's the perfect storm happening right now.
It definitely is. It is a storm that's brewing, and it's the only thing is going to leave a path of destruction in its way. And I really think in order for us to grab a hold of it, I think at some point we need to go back to what we were doing. We're talking slave years, after slavery, even in the 60s and some 70s, is we need to start homeschooling. Keep your kids at home and do some homeschooling. I have a friend who was an educator. He was a teacher. He worked in a high school. He just retired. He homeschooled his son. His wife got her education. I think she graduated from Seton Hall. And they decided there would be a one income home. And she was an at-home mom. And their son was homeschooled. This young man has just graduated college and has his own business, just bought a house, and just decided he was going to get a car. We need to start taking control. We cannot rely on our governments to do anything. If we can't rely on our governments to give supplement in food stamps or help with other resources such as childcare, how can we expect them to help us with education, which would actually create resources and wealth for us? Why would they do that? No, it goes back to what you said. They want to control. This is how you control the masses. They can't communicate. They can't talk. They can't think. It's like a really big 360 heading back to slavery, because you'll be a slave to those. If you can't communicate, then you need somebody to do it for you and be told what to do. So it's really going backwards to slavery is what it's doing.
Well, I'm going to take it one step further. I'm sorry. I don't think the storm is brewing, y'all. We are in the tsunami. We're already in it. But the way of the world right now, and I know I'm going to put my toe a little bit in politics because it is tied into this. The GOP has been silently playing chess while we've been playing checkers. And they're putting things into place to keep our communities the way that they want. Not just our communities, and all communities that they don't feel serve them. Just simply look at the plan that they're planning for us in Project 2025. Education is included in that. You're either in it or you're out. They're making it a bigger deal to be the have and the have not. There is no middle anymore. The storm is not brewing, y'all. We in it. So it is up to us to calm the eye of the storm and take control of our communities. Let's not forget, we know how to do this. Black Panthers did it many years ago, and they lied and said that they were a militant group. No, they were feeding people, educating people, making sure the communities were in good standing. We cared about our communities. And until we, as the people, decide that we don't want this anymore and take control of our communities and love one another once again. Yes, I am the peace bunny. I don't care. Then nothing will change until we decide, because right now someone else is pulling the strings.
Yes,
absolutely. And listen, I'm a product of DC public schools, Washington, DC public schools. And when I went to school, first of all, I went to the same elementary school from pre-K through the 6th grade. And then I went to middle school for 2 years. And then I went to the same middle school for 2 years, and then the same high school for 2 years. The main difference that I see, and again, I'm an educator. I got my master's in secondary education back in 2007. I taught for a number of years, DC, Philadelphia, and even New York. I emancipated myself from that work back in 2016 to consult with educators nationally and to work on some policy. The main thing is Black teachers no longer really have access to the classroom. I was taught and raised by Black teachers. All of my teachers were Black. Right. And it wasn't until I got into like middle school, like 8th grade, I had like my first white teacher. And then I had like maybe 3 in high school. But especially in elementary school, you know, we had the same teachers in that school from, you know, they taught there for like 50 years. So they knew generations of us. They knew our parents, they knew our grandparents, they knew our uncles and aunts. They lived in the neighborhood. Our teachers went to church with us, and they did everything, and they could really discipline you. And they put their hearts and their souls into this because they saw us as their children. Right now, we have a lot of teachers who are not Black. They're being paid all these big bonuses and being gentrified into our neighborhoods, and they don't have the cultural competency to raise our children, let alone the life experience, right? Like these are, you know, I was a young educator myself when I went into the classroom, but things to think about in terms of how the landscape of education has changed and how Black people really don't have access to teaching jobs anymore. What are your thoughts on that, Lala?
I think that's the key critical thing, but look at what's happening right now in our world currently. They are removing curriculum from schools. Teachers are now being threatened with jail if they even teach anything. So teaching is, I wouldn't want to be a teacher. First of all, you're underpaid for what you're doing, and now they're telling you what you can and cannot teach. And all of the programs that were set in place to helping these communities are now being taken away, saying that it's no longer needed, or, you know, everybody needs to be equal, when it was never an equal playing field in the first place, never has been. It's just been an illusion of what they say. Down in Florida, which I have been down in Florida for several years now, they even took teachers out of the classroom, allowing military people to come in and teach who have no educational background. Did I let that sink in for a minute? They're letting people come in and teach your children who don't have an educational background because they need teachers so bad, but yet they want to sue them. So I think as long as they have these things in place and they have us in a chokehold, it doesn't matter what color teacher you're going to get. You're lucky to get a teacher at this point. So how do you expect to educate our children when the educators are not educated themselves?
Exactly.
Simple as that.
I'm in Florida too, by the way, and which is like the wild, wild west these days, because Florida politically is like the wild west. But I have friends who were teachers and guidance counselors, and they would tell me that instead of even raising the pay to retain teachers, what they've done is create programs to get people from other countries for a low cost to come and do the teaching jobs. And that way, so that you can cut down costs, but also you have to question the quality of the education, especially to your credit, Lala. You said that, you know, they're having people with no educational background teaching your kids, because a lot of teachers, you'd find that they didn't originally wanted to be a teacher. They studied something in school, they couldn't find a job, and as long as you have a bachelor's, you can get a teaching job in most states, and they went for it, not really having the passion originally needed, and also not really even necessarily trained, because if you go through a college program to be a teacher, I'm sure you're more equipped to do that job versus you just kind of like shimmy your way in. But I think that with what's going on, we need to shift from our individualistic nature in America. And I think that concept is to our detriment and has us lagging behind other countries. I think that to deal with all the issues around education, community-based, family-based togetherness is going to help solve or rectify some of the issue, especially as it comes to childcare costs, time, and money. A lot of this is also a money issue.
You got that right. And there we go. Once again, we're back to the disparity of the have and the have-nots. It's constructed very well to tie us all into bondage. Mm-hmm. And it is for a reason. I'm not trying to preach doomsday. What I'm trying to get across is, until we are ready to make the change, until we are ready to really pay attention to what's going on around us, this is just one little puzzle piece that we are suffering from. And this is where you also really need to be paying attention to who you're voting for, who is coming in on these smaller platforms, such as your local librarian, your local jailer, your local. If you pay really close attention right now, you'll see that there are a lot of people who are against anything that we stand for, are going for those smaller jobs because it's a stair step into the politics to take care of what they want to get wiped out. But Erica, I'm curious to know, for you as an author, how do you give back as well? That's something that we all do. You sound like to me that you're a person who likes to give back. So how do you give back to the community?
Well, you know what I do? I graduated from Arts High School. That's legacy. Melba Moore graduated from there. Tisha Campbell, Savion Glover. I'm not going to tell you when I graduated, but I'm not going to tell you my age. But I graduated from that amazing school in the performing arts, and I would go back and speak to the television production class. I actually worked with a friend of mine. He was there. He just retired this school year, and I helped one of his students. Her dream was to publish a book, and I helped her publish a book. I helped her get her ISBN. I helped her send her letters off to the Library of Congress. We sat down and we worked with a fellow student that was an art major that helped her do her illustration, so that she knew those steps to take in order to create her book that she wanted to write and make available. So yes, giving back is so important. But my thing is if we don't give back in those areas that are depleted, you can give all day. But if it's in an area that's already overflowing because that's what everyone is, yes, that's for optics. No, we need to get in here where it's depleted. And that was an area for me that was depleted, because when I went to Arts High School, no, we didn't have television production. We just had music, drama, and art. No, we didn't have creative writing. And truth be told, I was a music major, but I was a writer before I sang or danced or did anything. I was a writer. So my thing is this was an area that was depleted. This young Latina wanted to learn how to do this. And I said, you know what? I am obligated and committed to her. We started off with 15 of them, and she ended up being the only one. And I said, all right, girl, it's me and you. We're going to publish this book. And it took us all school year. And at the end of the year, before she graduated, she had her completed book. So that is one of the ways that I give back. But we have to start giving back in those areas that are depleted, because there are still people there that want that. You know, not everybody wants to, do the latest challenge and shake it up and drop it. Not everybody wants to do that. There's some people that want to do that latest verbal challenge and read these words and get these phonics going and do math and science. But those are areas where people are depleted, where nobody wants to go and step over there. Oh, that's corny. There's nobody over there. But that's the area. That's the area that needs our attention and focus. So I think it's time for us to start challenging ourselves and each other. Say, hey, you know what? Let's put our energy over here, because there's a whole group of kids over here. There's a whole group of talent over here that's not being watered, and it's time to really start putting some fertilizer and some water over here.
Agree.
Absolutely. Thank you all for bearing with me. I am in DC right now, and there is a storm brewing. So there's some things happening in and out, but Lala started a trend today. So listen, y'all, listen. Aside from everything that we've been talking about, I do want us to talk about Governor Kathy Hochul's disgusting comment that even Black kids in the, there's some Black kids in the Bronx that don't even know what a computer is. So let's go to that soundbite, and we'll add on to the conversation. Today, we're talking about why our kids are not being educated. We know that there are disparities, but we also know that we do have families that work really hard. We do know that children do actually want to learn, and they're actually capable of learning. So, oftentimes when these narratives get put out there, we have policymakers who internalize and perpetuate these anti-Black stereotypes. So let's go over to that soundbite, and then we'll comment on it.
Young Black kids growing up in the Bronx who don't even know what the word a computer is. They don't know these things. And I want the world open up to all of them, because when you have their diverse voices innovating solutions through technology, then you're really addressing society's broader challenges.
Now, Governor Hochul is reversing course. In a statement, she says, quote, "I misspoke and I regret it." I asked my next guest for their thoughts and how the internet is.
First of all, Erica, I'll let you start this one off. Go ahead.
You got me clutching my pearls over here. Listen, apparently this one, it's clear to me. She has an agenda of sorts. And sometimes when people have an agenda, they need to find somebody to be their footstool to stand on or their soapbox to stand on. So she made the Black community her soapbox to stand on and say something, speak out of turn, but she got the ear of whoever she wanted to hear what she was saying. We also need to be aware of that. So I think she spoke out of context. I mean, obviously, she spoke about a community of people that clearly she knows nothing about, but that she's looking at Hey, girl.
I'm trying to break my computer screen. Who's trying to break my computer screen with that?
Hey. Clearly, she's using on the back of Blacks, as was once said in the 70s and 80s, and it's still being done, to use the platform of the struggle of Black people as to what we are going through as their reasoning of speaking, but for me to be seen so that people will know who I am and know what I'm speaking about and know to push that button for me when it's time for me to be elected. So yeah, I think that was just a platform boost for her and for her to be seen by the right people saying the wrong thing, but maybe to put her in the position she wants.
Thanks, Erica. Athena, go ahead, girl. Go answer.
No, Janelle, her apology was not enough. Sorry.
No.
The caucasity of this woman. The caucasity of this Wahite woman.
Come on, Athena.
Come and say that Black kids do not know what a computer is and then try to clean up, say she misspoke. No, your biases came out. Okay, your real views came out. And you got caught with your slip showing, so now you're trying to backtrack because a lot of the voters in the state are Black and brown people. Mm-hmm. And even to say that, and this is why I always get perturbed when people say people of color. It's always people of color when everyone want to bandwagon with Black people, and then when it comes to shaming us, disgracing us, is specifically Black. So so she did that on purpose.
Oh,
on purpose. She could have said kids in general. We were just talking about how in general the literacy rates in this country and the kids can't read. So why do Black kids specifically need to be called out? That's because her racial biases were coming out in that statement. And I do not think, I'm tired of people with these fake statements that they put out that their PR and publicists. Like, we are in a different time. Okay, post Cat Williams and Club Shay Shay, we are exposing all the fraudulent and deviant people. Like, we do not have time for any fakeness, but I'm glad she revealed herself, and we should take note of this. And then when it comes time to vote, you need to consider these things that these politicians do, especially Governor Cat.
Oh, she wants to be the white savior so bad. Y'all remember those commercials where they come on like, "But the children in Africa gaining." This is exactly where she came out with this bullshiggity. Okay, she is out of touch. She tried to sound relevant, like she knew what she was talking about, but her caucasity did come out in the fact that she doesn't even know what it is. She's what we used to say. Remember when we used to say when we was kids? She was all in the Kool-Aid, but she didn't know what the flavor was. Somebody told her what to say. She wanted to actually talk to her constituents so that she could get more donations for getting back in office. This is all tied politically, but it shows just how much you are out of touch. You are so out of touch. Our children probably know more about computers than your children do, because they can play a game, because we give that to them immediately as soon as they come out of the womb. But the fact that she even had the mouth to fit about how our communities run when she knows nothing about them is just the bodacious boldness of the whiteness of 2024.
Absolutely. Listen, y'all are tuned in to the Fly Nubian Money panel. Make sure you go over to flynubianmoney.com. We have our panels here on the Fly Nubian Queen TV network. Weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. We hit on a variety of topics. You're always going to see, different queens and, weighing in their area of expertise. Be sure to text the word queens to 87948. 87948. So you can get some goodies from the Black Business School, which is our sponsor. They are, sending us AI stock options list. So you can download that and use that to get your money in order, because as our children are being attacked in schools, as elected officials apparently are attacking our children and attacking us and claiming that our kids don't even know what the word computer is, we still have to plan for the future. We still have to make sure that we are putting our money in the right places and we're setting up our children for generational wealth. So go ahead and text the word Queens to that number. Get the goodies from our sponsors at the Black Business School. That's text the word Queens to 87948, 87948 for AI generated stock options list. And remember, set your notification bells and make sure you are tapped into Fly Nubian Queen TV on YouTube in order to come to these panels Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. All right, so listen. Governor Kathy Hochul really did trigger me. I know for a fact that her apology was insincere. I don't think that she made a Freudian slip or, misspoke. This is literally how small she sees our children. Right. I know another thing I want to say is, irrespective of a parent's, I know that education starts in the home. I always wanted to work really hard, and I was really nerdy because we had an encyclopedia set in my house, so I wanted to learn how to read so I could read the encyclopedia, which is really, really cool. But every single child, especially in the state of New York, Governor Kathy knows what a computer is, because you force kids to learn from home during the Rona. Right. And those children all got computers in your state. Right. That was a policy that you put up. You made sure every single kid was at home learning online virtually, and they knew what a damn computer was. So you can miss me with that. So I just had to throw that out there and be petty, because that definitely was getting on my nerves. Now let's look at some of these. Oh, let's see what we have here. 50 Cent clowns New York governor for claiming Black kids from the Bronx don't know the word computer.
50 for the win. I love him. I love him. I love him. I love him. He just come out and tell the truth and then go back in the shadows. He comes out, says the truth and says, see you later, bye.
50 is like the best troll. I just love that cancer energy in him. He always have the clap back for everybody.
Yeah, I know that it's just highly problematic to have a whole governor making really, really ignorant, asinine public statements about our children. So I can only imagine the conversations that are had in private in some of these closed door meetings that we are not privy to.
Exactly. And notice that she issued an apology, but she's never reprimanded. There's no one that, there's no reprimand. There's no one that came out and said that she shouldn't have said that. There's nobody that came out and publicly reprimanded her. It's ridiculous. So it's like, we are the soapbox. We are on the back of Blacks to make a point and to get a vote. That's what it is.
And we all know this script. We know it too well. They come out and say whatever they want to say, and then all of a sudden, I'm so sorry I said that. Please list me with that fairy tears that you got, because you said what you meant and you meant what you said.
What you said.
Period.
Absolutely. All right. Listen, we are so grateful for everyone who's tuned in and tapped in with us over here at the FlyNubianMoney.com panel. Again, we're here weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. I want to thank all of the queens. I want to thank you all for, coming through. And so I want to go around the room. Let's go around the panel and give some final words. Let the people know your final thoughts on this topic, as well as where we can follow you and support your work. Let's start with Erica.
You know, my final thoughts on this is moms, dads, parental guardians, kinship relatives. Don't be afraid to step out of the box and go. Get out there and see what else is available for your kids. There may even be programs that can help you read if your literacy level is not to the level where you want it to be. There are things that you can do together. There are programs that you can take, but do not settle for less. I can be found at www.faithintransition.com.
Excellent. Thank you. Lala?
And my final thoughts is it's not just on the parents, it's on us as well as communities. I grew up in a small community, and I knew that if my mother couldn't do something, someone else did it for me as well. We all made it a point to live in a community where truly no child was left behind. It takes a village to raise a child. And until we put that into our spirits and get back to the basics, nothing is going to change. You can find me on all social media platforms under Realty Goddess, and you can find all of my free resources at bit.ly/Laura Key Info.
Excellent. Thank you. Queen Athena.
Hi, everyone. My final thoughts is this. The government does not care about you or your kids. We are in a time where there is a financial reckoning, and all these little shifts and changes are happening that are going to mean a lot of detriment for our future and for our kids. So now more than any time, we need to financially galvanize ourselves. I am Athena Gardner. I am a CPA and founder of We Wealth Women, where we help women become wealthy goddesses, and our pillars are wealth, wisdom, and womanhood. Right? If you guys need any assistance with coming up with this financial plan for this reckoning, then you can head out at wewealthwoman.com and contact me there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. And of course, I am your hostess for the day, Jade Harrell. You all can find me at highblackesteem.com. I'm an educator, organizer, and I'm a undoing a racism coach. So definitely check out our programming over there. My key takeaways here is even if you or your child is struggling with literacy, persevere. Be resilient, look for those resources, and at the end of the day, reach out for support. Yes, we pay our tax dollars, and yes, people should be doing their job, but there's a whole system that is designed to keep our children as a permanent underclass. And the fact that they're passing them through the system without them learning how to read, it just shows the importance of us educating our own children. And shout out to the Black Business School and the Black Core of 3, right? Educating our own children, supporting Black businesses, that's all a part of the process. So I want to thank everyone for tuning into our Fly Nubian Money panel today. We'll see you again next week. Again, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Definitely support our sponsor, theblackbusinessschool.com, and subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you soon. Take care.
Shawnee Henderson, the ex-wife of Chanel O'Kell, drops bombshells in her new tell-all book, and the tea is piping hot. Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I am Laura Key. I am an international real estate agent, and I am joined today by my fellow queens, Athena Gardner, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and Linda E., and also Tiara Williams. Hi, ladies. How are you? Good to see you today.
Great.
Guys, we've discussing some pretty hot tea today. Listen, I had to look up this person because I'm not really into a lot of drama stuff. So Shawnee Henderson is just released her book this week, and some people are calling it a tell-all. But her book is entitled Undefeated, Changing the Rules and Winning on My Own Terms. So before we dive into this tea, I kind of want to tell you, for those who's also watching us, who is she? Like, you know, you hear this name being thrown around, but who is she? Well, she is the creator of Basketball Wives. She is the CEO of Amira Incorporated. She is the ex-wife of Shaquille O'Neal, and they have 4 children together, ages 18 to 24. She divorced him in 2011, and they were married for about 9 years. She is currently married to Pastor Keon Henderson, who has currently got his own little drama going on in the online world. And she's a podcaster alongside her husband and a media mogul. So, ladies, this is an interesting topic today. It has a little bit of drama, a little bit of tea, and a little bit of money-making aspects to it. So let's dive into it. Shawnee's book, which was out just this week, it's only been out a couple of days. It already has great reviews. Says some things that are questionable and being picked up what I like to call TMZ style, because they're focusing on her marriage with Shaquille O'Neal. So I've got a lot of questions for you because I want to hear what you have to say. Linda E., do you know who this is? And are you planning to buy or read this book?
I'll be honest with you. I'm not planning to read her book. I'm not planning to buy it. I'm not planning to have it given to me as a gift. I don't really know who she is. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know this man. But seriously, I only know her as the ex-wife of him, and I didn't know she actually created Basketball Wives. I was like, okay, she's a media mogul. She's making her money. She is successful in her own right. Did she need to do this book? Did she need to go and spill, that she didn't really love him? I don't know. I don't know who that's benefiting, but I'm sure she has a lot of smart financial advisors around her. And maybe someone said, hey, look, the author business is booming right now. Get something out there that will get the people going. So maybe that's why she thought this was a good idea. Personally, for me, it's something I'll happily miss. I'm sorry.
You know what's interesting? I purposely did not say the hot thing that she said. I just said that it was the buzz. And you picked up on that immediately because that's what's swirling around in the media. The thing that people are talking about is her saying she wasn't really sure she was in love with Shaquille O'Neal, even though they were married for 9 years and have 4 children together. So, Dr. Alicia, I got a question for you since you do therapy. Do you think this is smart to put your marital business out there, even though she's married to someone else, but yet she still has children with this ex-partner? How does this dynamic play into this?
Okay, so I'm gonna read this memoir. By the way, I want to say that because when I look at the background of Shawnee, I look at somebody who's a winner, and anybody who knows me knows I love to study winners. Looking at and hearing you list out all of the things that she's accomplished, I had no idea that she was the mastermind under Basketball Wives. I had no idea. That tells me that she's really intelligent. She has 4 children who are doing well. She's married to this great pastor and has this wonderful podcast. I want to hear what she has to say. Now, one thing I want to say is let's distinguish a memoir from a tell-all book. So like a tell-all book is really about exposing and tarnishing someone's reputation, which, by the way, I know Shaquille O'Neal was the subject of a tell-all book, right? It wasn't meaningful. It was really trashy. It just talked about how this lady was sleeping around. I can't even remember her name right now, but she was sleeping around with a whole bunch of people and wrote a book about it. That's different from a memoir. A memoir.
Karen?
Yes, Karen Stevens, yes. So her book was sort of like a tell-all book, where a memoir gives us a journey where you start one place and you end at another place, how you've overcome something. And that, as a therapist, is something I'm excited about. So I am definitely going to read this memoir, and I'm definitely going to be pulling out pearls of wisdom from a lady who's been very successful in 2 marriages.
But how do you feel this affects the kids, though? I mean, the kids are still fairly young. With this kind of title flowing around, I mean, I know she's got a lot of really good things going for her. When I researched her, I was like, she sounds like a powerhouse to me. But, sometimes things can flow negatively on the children. I mean, 18 to 24 is still fairly young.
Okay, so here's the thing. I know that Shaquille O'Neal has done a couple of interviews reflecting on his marriage to Shawnee. And he has said it was all me. I was the reason why the marriage didn't work. Like, I understand that she probably felt like she didn't love me because I was not lovable. So sometimes when you're not lovable, How are you going to be around and be married to somebody when you're cheating on them all the time, when you're not being the best husband you can be or the best spouse you can be to somebody? I think it's a beautiful sense of courage and vulnerability to be able to say, you know what, I understand why she felt like it was difficult to love me, because I wasn't very lovable. I wasn't the best partner that I should have been. And I totally regret that. So I see it as just a great way to teach your children a lesson. You know, children do not expect us as adults to be perfect. They expect us as adults to be able to reflect on our imperfections and to acknowledge them and to go forward. We're not perfect. So if anything, I think this sets a great example for all of us, not just the children, on how to behave healthy in relationships.
I find that very interesting. I totally actually agree with you on that. And I at first didn't think I wanted to read this memoir, but I'm an audiobook freak. And I actually went to go listen to some of her clip. And she is the reader. So she didn't hire someone else to read her book. She's telling her own story. That's more fascinating to me. And so I think I am also going to read the book. And I think that's really important that she is showing her and Shaquille and Pastor Keon are all together in a unit in the fact that Shaquille actually did come out and support all of this. And I think that they're all co-parenting very well. One thing that is not known is, well, maybe it's known, Pastor Keon is also divorced. He's been divorced and he has a child and he's co-parenting with his ex-wife as well. So I think they're actually kind of setting the stage for what needs to be done for our children. We don't have to be perfect. We have to show responsibility for our actions, right? Athena, I haven't heard from you yet, and I love to hear your take. I know you like the tea, and I know you like the reality shows and all of that. Did you watch Basketball Wives at all?
I watched the earlier seasons, which I think was much better. The last few seasons, I haven't been really much interested in the show. Once Tammy got off the show, I felt like it went downhill for me personally, because I felt like Tammy kept it real. And I think the original cast had a certain zhuzh that nowadays doesn't have. But what I will say, and I want to offer a different perspective, I have a lot of respect for Shawnee, because especially as a basketball wife or married to a man of wealth, it is easy for you to just relax and kick up your feet and say, you know what, I don't want to have to do this. I could just raise the kids. Shawnee, throughout her experience, has decided to be a businesswoman, and she's a CEO of Amira Inc. She makes her own money. She also owns a cannabis business, and she also works on a podcast with her now husband. So she has, I'm sure she's doing a lot of other things outside of the book. So she has a lot of iron in the fire, and I think she can provide a great example of, you know, really taking your talents and your experiences and monetizing that. And this is Fly Nubian Money. So that is very important, and we should all take a page out of that. What I also feel like when it comes to Shawnee is that she is monetizing her story, and there's nothing wrong with that. I feel like if there are people on the internet blogging, writing articles about your life, then what is wrong with the opportunity for you to capitalize that and also tell that story within your own voice? Lastly, I also believe that, you know, people always have an issue when the woman does a memoir. When the men write books, it's always well received, but when the woman writes something and it critiques the man in particular or shines a light on the marriage that might not be great, it is always not received well. And we have to question, what is it society or culture when a woman has something that's not particularly positive to say about a man or a marriage? I remember when Jada came out with her book, you know, heads were rolling because, you know, she didn't really paint it in a light that was positive. And while I'm not married, my parents have been married for 40 years. And anyone who has endured marriage knows that it's ebbs and flows and ups and downs. And I admire people who will risk certain criticism or critique to give us insight into what marriage really is. It's often romanticized, and there's often challenges that need to be overcome. So I respect her for sharing her story.
I do too, because today people can just take your story and run with it and know nothing about you. And you can take control of your own story and tell it the way that it's been told, which leads me to my next question. Tiara, you're in film, you do film producing. Do you think that absolutely everything has to be in a reality setting TV? This is not the only thing she's done. Basketball Wives is not the only thing. She actually did a 3 or 4 part series about her wedding to Pastor Keon, and they sold it on VH1. So what are your takes on how you're kind of living this reality world? Is it feasible for regular people like us to look at that? And does that really constitute a power couple? Can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
I was ready to talk too. I was. That's a great question, but just as a producer or a producer that has produced reality TV for quite some time, I spent 11 years working on lots of reality shows, and obviously those things are manipulated in certain ways, and we're looking for a story as we go. We're looking for sound bites. We're looking for different things. So, you know, I would just say you can't believe in that situation. You can't believe everything that you watch. And I know that for a lot of those early like Basketball Wives and Love and Hip Hop, that wasn't like fighting and beating each other up. Every scene wasn't the intention of the shows initially. I think they just, you know, people are attracted now to drama and the negative sides, but you know, they also see it as an opportunity to kind of, like you said, spin a narrative or, you know, tell their stories in one way. But I think she, you know, obviously she didn't just tell her story in that way. She, you know, she took the opportunity to then have a podcast and all of the things. But I just kind of wanted to, even to back up a little bit, you said I love what all the ladies have contributed. I wanted to just talk about the conversation of her being like a gold digger and, you know, all the negative things that I saw on the internet. And I think we have to think about when Shawnee was married to Shaq, they were very young. And here's a woman, they're married to this, I mean, Shaquille O'Neal is a superstar. He has been that way for a very long time. To try to keep up with his lifestyle, try to keep up with what, you know, what he's been doing and basketball and him being on the road and him and all the women. I can understand how someone could say like, you know, I don't know, being so young and not being loved properly. I can see now that I'm in a marriage where I am being loved properly. I can trust my husband. I saw her say something about her being completely like trusting with her husband. And I think that that just sets up a different tone to the relationship altogether, right? It just, obviously she's not broke. She's not doing this because she wants to, you know, make money. But I think, you know, it's like I wasn't being loved properly at that time. And I thought that that was love. I was obsessed with the idea of building a family. And I don't know who isn't young thinking like, I want to build with my husband and I want to do all these things and we're going to have kids and then we're going to do all the, you know, that's what we're in as women from the early ages, right? We have Barbies and we're like Ken and Barbie and they're going to be together and I'm going to be together like Ken and Barbie. Like we're trained that way. So I can see her being a young woman like, oh yeah, this is what my life is about to be. And I'm sure she worked hard to stay in it. But being with a man who is all over the place and doing all the things, and you know, I just could see how she could say, I never trusted him. And I know you didn't ask me that, but I just wanted to add that also to the conversation, that being young and not really knowing what love is all the time until you get a little bit more mature, you can be like, okay, that was love, but that wasn't love. That wasn't love. I just had his children, and maybe I have love for him, but I don't know if he's ever made me feel like Keon has made me feel. And I feel like that is that's valid, you know?
That's a very important part. One thing that stood out to me when she talked about that is one day she woke up and she realized that all the things that she had in that home when she was married to Shaq belonged to him. It didn't belong to her. She had nothing to her name and her finances were not on track. And she was like, if something should happen, none of this is mine. And she wanted her own. And that brings us to a good topic. And it's, are you confused about what you need in your financial life? Well, maybe you're dreaming of buying a home. Maybe you're dreaming of buying a new car, or maybe you just want to pay for your children's higher education. Our sponsors at the Black Business School are offering a free AI stock list, and it's curated by financial advisors, and it's going to help you to navigate the changing landscape of the market. So if you want this, it's really simple. Get your personal assistant now, and I'm going to give you a number to text. So you want to text Queens to 87946, and you're going to receive your free investment list today. So if you're just
87948. 879.
And that's, we're going to change that now on the paper. 87948. It got lost in translation. So let's say that again. Get your personal assistants out and text Queens to 87948. Okay. Listen, if you're just tuning in, you need to know that you're watching the Fly Nubian Money. And my name is Lala Key, and I'm joined by my co-queens. But what I forgot to do at the beginning of the show, and I'm going to take the time to do it now, is introduce them one more time and let you know what they do. Because they're not queens for nothing. We walk around with our crowns, but they've got special things in their crowns. So let's talk about it. I'm joined by Athena Gardner. She's a certified public accounting, a CPA. I'm joined by Dr. Alicia Watkins, who is a trauma specialist and a couples coach. I'm joined by Linda E., who is an actress, model, and presenter. And I'm joined by Tiara Williams, who is a film producer. And we together got a lot to say about this wonderful topic that is out about another queen who just came out with her book. Now, I'm glad that you touched on, Dr. Alicia. You said you don't really feel that this is a tell-all book. I don't either. I actually feel like it's a life journey. And we all have been there. And I also saw a lot of negative comments around the girl is always going to get the bag. And, you know, it's not always that. You have a picture of your life. I feel like we were taught when we're young, you want the fairy tale wedding, you want the fairy tale husband, you want the fairy tale life. And we find out later on that may not necessarily be our narrative for our life. We all have a different life journey. So with that being said, how can you equate this? I want to ask you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay.
Can you equate this to something in your life that you thought you wanted before, but then you found out that it was something else that you wanted in your life to make you happy?
Yeah,
it wasn't the same vision board. That's what I like to say. In my 20s, my vision board looked totally different what it looks like now.
Yeah, and the fact that it looks different, it's okay. It's supposed to look different. You know, you're supposed to not be the same person that you were in your 20s. I mean, think about Shani's story. Both her and her current husband had a marriage that failed, and now they took the courageous effort of getting married again. We all can relate to that story of loving and losing somebody. Think about Shani's story also, where she got married and had children in her 20s, early 20s. She actually had 2 children with Shaquille O'Neal before they got married. I mean, think about the decision that it takes for someone to get married like that after you have 2 children with that person. And you always tend to wonder, is this person marrying me because they really love me, or are they marrying me for the children? And you just don't know. I mean, I think as a marriage therapist, I always encourage couples to really get down to the real reason on why they decided to get married to each other. Was it really driven by love? Or is it driven more by a sense of obligation because of the presence of children? So I think it's just helpful to reflect on that, because unconsciously underpinning the relationship, you're always wondering, God, would this man have married me if I didn't already have children? So, I mean, there's a lot of complex issues that's deeply rooted into why couples are together, why they stay together. And I think it's important for couples just to be able to dissect that and just have nice, open, honest conversations. Some people can't do it, and so they get a therapist or someone that can help navigate these conversations. But I think her story is a great inspiration because so many of us can relate to it. I was married. You talked about myself. I've had a previous marriage that didn't work, but it's okay, because as long as you can look back on it and say, you know what, I learned these lessons. I'm going to take these lessons with me forward and not make the same mistakes that I made before. I mean, it's all a life journey. And how beautiful is it to be able to document our life journey in a memoir? I think everybody needs to write a memoir. All of us have a memoir story within ourselves, our journey, our story. We all need to spend some time and reflect on our life and how we've overcome, how we've transitioned. You are never the same person that you were before you're married, after you're married again. All of these transitions help to create, and you grow as a person. And that's something that should be documented, because I can read Shawnee's story and learn lessons from it. And she can, you know, it's at the end of it all, she, to me, in marrying this man, it looks like real authentic love here. She's developed, she's chronicled her story, and now she's this big successful businesswoman doing her own thing. She's somebody I look up to. She's beautiful and just has these wonderful children and a great co-parent. Seems like a co-parent situation with Shaquille O'Neal, who seems to really have deep level of respect for her, which is beautiful. That's a beautiful signal to all other baby daddies out there. You know, have a sense of respect for the woman who gave birth to your children. Just little things like that. There's so many pearls of wisdom attached to Shawnee's story, and I'm here for it. I love it.
I do too. I think you, even in marriage, I've been married for 31 years. You grow even within that. I mean, in my 20s, our marriage looks different than what it does now when we're older. I mean, we've settled into this happiness where, you know, when I first got married, I thought I'm supposed to be around my husband outside. I'm supposed to be right by his side. No, you know what? When he needs to go, he needs to go. And when I need to go, I need to go. And there's beauty in the fact that we can go and do what we need to do to refresh and rejuvenate and live our life journey purposes as well, and then come back together and live that together. And I think that she understood that, and I think that she actually has that with Pastor Keon now. But Athena, you're single, and so I find it interesting, and I'd like to know, when you look at the word power couple, when you see that in the news, because that's become such a cliche. You know, power couple, they're doing it together. What is your view of a successful marriage? And is this narrative that she has put out in her memoir something that you see as encouraging, or something that is attention seeking?
I think that when I was in my earlier 20s, and I'll give a brief background, I've been engaged before, and I was engaged to a pastor, actually. So I had my little what I call my first lady training situation going on. So it's always interesting to see like Shawnee with a pastor, because I very much know what that transition must have been like to go and enter into that world. When I think of power couples, so when I was younger, I always had this idea, or that I'd be partnered with someone and we will do the power couple thing. But as I've matured and grown older, I don't necessarily like the title, because I don't want to put that much pressure on my relationship to produce in that way. My view of love and relationship at this point in time is that I want to be able to enjoy my partner, and whatever he does, as long as he's happy in that and an expert in that, that is fantastic. And I'm happy, and we support each other in what I'm doing. So I'm not necessarily looking for us to have to be this like image or cookie cutter thing, because sometimes, you know, the image, having to live up to that image, brings its own weight and can kind of deteriorate a relationship. And then there have been men who had, you know, dated throughout the years that have come to me with those type of ideals. And then what always ended up happening was I just felt like they wanted to like benefit off my clout, which I think to some degree Pastor Henderson is doing through his marriage with Shawnee. A lot of the men, I think, from the being in that pastor church world when they're looking for wives or women to be their first ladies, they're really looking for women who are going to elevate their status in some way, who's a socialite, who will be able to like bring, you know, take her to the gala for, you know, the congregation, people love you, and for you to, you know, attract wealthy congregation members so the tithe money can be paid up, you know. So when that happened, I understood why he picked her, or why that situation worked, because that tends to happen a lot. And that was an issue of contention when I did premarital counseling right before I got married. I mean, not married, right before I ended that whole engagement. That was a point of contention, because I didn't want that whole world is like it's a job. To be honest with you, if you are married to any kind of public figure, whether it's a pastor or a senator or whatever, that role is a job. And I think
that's a whole job.
It's a whole. I learned it's a whole job, and I think Pastor Henderson, I think that's what he selected her for. But the power couple thing, I wish that we focus more so on who we are as people to each other versus what our field or career or accomplishments can bring to each other. I don't like for relationships to be that transactional.
That's interesting, because I feel like when we got married, we were so young, neither one of us had anything, right? Nothing at all, which is interesting because she came into the marriage already with some wealth, right? I looked up her net worth, and it's 35 million.
In the beginning, she came in. Well, she came in.
I don't know if she came
with Keon.
Yes, with Keon.
Okay.
This is when she realized she needed her own money, and she had done the Basketball Wives and all that. So she came into the relationship with 35 million. And I looked up Pastor Keon's worth, which is about 8 million, according to the statistics that I looked up today. I don't think that's a dynamic for them, but we know that she at least has 35 million. And I'm sure that's not all that was made from her media company. So I don't doubt that she also invests in stocks that are not just for the rich. It can be done by the everyday person. And our sponsor, the Black Business School, is offering a free AI stock list curated by financial experts to help you navigate and change and look at the changing landscape of the market. And you need to take out your personal devices again, because if you didn't do it the first time, or you're just joining us, you need to make sure that you text the word Queens to, let me make sure I get it right this time, because I'm not going to get smacked on it. Get it out. Text the word Queens to 87948, and you won't be sorry. Okay, let's get back to her net worth.
You know what, though? I like the idea of just to respond to what Athena said. I like the idea. I think I still, as a single woman, love the idea of power couple, right? Because I know just like in terms of me having things to offer another person and wanting them to elevate me as well, and us to just kind of work. I think I still have the dream of building. You know, I want to say, you know, when I went to college, there were women that were at school that were literally trained to go there and find like a husband, right? Like it's crazy, because I think other, you know, I'm just going back to this whole idea of like why people marry, because there's some conversation out there. I think I see something in the comments that basically say like she married Shaq for money, and she married only because of his status. And I'm just to go back to that for a second, and it just kind of triggered a thought in like wanting to marry someone and be secure, right? I think we as women, we need security. As you know, people marry for different reasons, but when you think about the idea of getting married, you're like, okay, I want to feel protected. I want to feel secured. I don't want this to be a struggle love. Like, you know, other cultures do it all the time. I mean, there's arranged marriages where it's like this wealthy person is going to marry this girl, and they're going to get together, and it doesn't matter if they, you know, like people do it all around the world. People do, you know, that's the kind of the purpose for marriage. Like, why get in a situation that's not going to make you better, or that you can't build with someone with, like, why get in it if you're not going to be better? So power couple me, baby. Please.
Me too.
Me too. Power couple me.
I'm in a power couple. I'm in a power couple.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, how about you, Linda? Like we talk about that, but would you want to build with someone from the beginning, or would you want someone to already come into your relationship with something?
So I'm a newlywed. I got legally married last year. We had our Nigerian ceremony in February, right? And I completely agree with Tiara. Why would you look? Love definitely exists, right? I definitely believe in love. And I saw a comment that says fairy tales don't exist. And I believe that. I don't think there's anything wrong with marrying someone who you're not going to have a struggle love with. Why would you want to get into a situation where things are going to be worse for you? That makes sense to nobody. So my husband, thank God, he is an incredible man who makes me feel protected, both financially, both physically, both emotionally, both spiritually. And funnily enough, he works behind the camera as a producer. I work in front of the camera as a presenter, model, actress. So we're a perfect match. And for us, we are building together. When you marry, the whole point is to build a legacy. If you don't want to build a legacy, then I would say don't get married. And I'm not saying that you can't, build legacies in relationships without being a married couple, but the whole point of marriage is union. And why would you want to unite in a situation that would only be worse for either of you? So I'm not saying, yes, be a gold digger. And if that was what you want to do, look, I can't be mad at you, because they always say money can't buy happiness, but I would much rather cry in a Benz than cry in a bus. Right? So if that's what you're going for, fine. And they're definitely, I'm lucky. I've married someone that I love, who is in a position where I'm happy with. Do you know what I mean? Marry what you're happy with. But I don't think it's wrong for women to want to marry someone who has money. I do want to caveat back as well to a quick thing that was mentioned about, her memoir and her telling us about her life. And I find it really, really interesting, because her memoir and her truth is being celebrated. And what is the difference between her saying this in her memoir and her saying on Instagram or Twitter? Our previous topic on another show was about what's that singer's name? I'm loving a big R&B old R&B fan, but he's a famous singer, and he's
Brian McKnight.
That's the one. So Brian McKnight said some horrible things about his children. So my thing is, if he had written in a memoir, would it now be okay because he's telling his truth and we're here going through his journey? For me, Shawnee coming out and saying that she didn't love him, I don't think that was necessary. I think she can tell her story and influence people positively. And yes, a gold digger is a term.
I love this comment. I love this comment. This comment's giving me life.
Yeah, honestly, right? So I feel as though, yes, she is definitely someone that people can learn from, both male and female, especially what she has achieved. But why do you need to bring that to public attention? I don't need to know that. Me knowing that she didn't really love Shaq isn't going to make me feel any better or change any of the dynamics in my relationship and my marriage. Focus on your front. If you're really happy with your pastor, my friend, focus on that. You didn't need to tell us the rest of that. I don't. That's why I'm just like, I'm telling you, it was financially motivated. Someone said to her, books sell, sprinkle a little something in there that will catch the reader's attention, because that's the reason people are talking about it. So look, she has her own money, she's doing her thing, but I don't think she just released her memoir for the good of her soul. I do not believe that. I believe there was some financial gain, and there's nothing wrong with doing things for financial gain. But let's not say, because, well, we can say everyone's entitled to their opinion, but I just find it interesting that when something is, for me, unnecessary, but it's put in a particular way, we can accept it and celebrate it. But when something is put in the public domain in another way, we can't accept it, and we're just like, what's going on? Do you know what I mean?
She said she was not sure. She said she was not sure. She didn't say, I never loved him. Like, we gotta make sure, like, that's a big difference, right? I'm not sure if I ever loved him or not. Like, I'm not sure if that was real love or not. I mean, even though we went through all of these things, the marriage was toxic. He was cheating with women on the road. She was at home. Listen, I have, and I'm not going to tell these people's business, but I know some famous people, right? And I know their wives. And I remember this one really famous comedian. I was just like, I did a radio show with his wife. And she was talking about like how she was at home most of the time with the children. She was like, I would just lock myself in a room and cry, and the kids would be outside the door crying, and they were new. I was like, wow. Like, she was like, he was cheating on women, and I helped him build it. And he was like, I mean, you could just tell that there was so much going on. Now, that same woman today is so happy because you know she is no longer connected to that comedian. That comedian is very, very famous, right? And she's going off and doing her thing and doing what she knows, but now they're happily like co-parenting. But I remember that time when she was like, this is awful, and you could tell she was just in a really dark place. So to sit in something just for money, you know, I think it's also telling like women not to just sit in situations that you are unhappy with and take it because you said that I'm gonna marry, like I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna stay in it, even if it kills me. You know what I mean? Even if it's unhealthy, even if it's toxic. You have toxic situations, and you're like, you know, I think it makes sense that she would say, I'm not sure if I loved him if he was putting her through all kind of toxic things. I guess that's what I'm saying. I actually salute that for her, not staying in it, you know?
Yeah, I do too, because you know what? I have a lot of family members. You know, I grew up in a really small community, and a lot of my aunties and uncles stayed married their whole life. That was my model of seeing that happen. But I do know that there were some that were not happy, and they stuck around because they didn't know what to do. And so what purpose is it if you can't live your life in peace and in your truth? You know, and I feel like she is definitely living in her truth. Now, there was a comment that I find very interesting. I'd like to hear your take, Dr. Alicia, on this one, because I want to know if this is a double-edged sword. Someone, the truth, said, if a man came out and said, I don't think I ever loved my ex-wife, he would have been dragged through hell by these women. These women are riding for this woman. Why? When she admitted she wasn't good herself. So how is this a double-edged sword? I'm loving how people are, you know, they want to make sure they blame her too. She never said she wasn't without fault.
I don't know. Where is the love? If you're married to somebody and you don't care about their body so that you go and you have intercourse with other women on the street, where's the love there? Where's the love? I mean, maybe men don't put it in those words, but their behavior indicates whether there's love there. And the whole thing with the power couple, because I know some people think that Boyce and I are a power couple, and I mean that's a great byproduct. But the biggest thing with Boyce and I is that, listen, I married him for love. Love is the foundation and the basis of the reason why I married him. So being a power couple, if people can say that about me and Boyce, it's just a byproduct of something that is true love. And trust me, if I did not love him, I wouldn't be with him. Like, it really is love, and love has to be tested. And you know, as all marriages, your love is tested. And I am with that man because I absolutely love him. Whether we're a power couple and we do all these wonderful things and build a legacy, which we talk about, that's a byproduct. But the basis of me, where I'm coming from, is based in love. So let the power couple and all those other ideas of a marriage, let that just be something that just happens secondary. But if you base your marriage on love, that helps you get through anything. So I just want to make that point there. I want to talk about a little bit about vulnerability, because think about it. When Shani finally woke up and said, hold on, I got these small children. And I don't know if any of you all have ever had small children before, but she's got 4 small children. What that does to your body to have Shaquille O'Neal's children, I'm sure they weren't like little tiny babies. What it does to your body to have to, and what it just does to you psychologically, emotionally, to care for children. Yes, you can have nannies and all the support in the world, but you want to be the person that's connected to these people. To have your husband travel like this for work and go and sleep around. And these probably weren't ugly women he was with, right? She's hearing stories about that. And you know you're not looking the same way that you did before. I can't even imagine psychologically what that did to her. To be pregnant, to file for divorce, and then decide I'm going to give him another chance after he cheated. Yeah. You can't tell me that's not on some level some love for him. Probably loved him more.
And that's what's not being said. People are not talking about how she did file for divorce and then said, no, I'm going to step back and try this again. That is love. That is trying to get it worked out.
She gets, like, I give her a gold star for saying, you know what, let's continue to work on this. You know, let's continue. And she tried for 3 years. We don't know the intricacies. I didn't read the tell-all. It wasn't a tell-all book, because I'm certain she didn't put all the nasty details in there, but I'm certain that had to have had an effect on her. You can't live your life with a man who clearly doesn't love you. That goes back to the question. If a man really loves a woman and there are other women coming after him, a real man steps up and says, no, I'm not going to I cherish my relationship. I cherish my marriage enough that I'm not going to, the mother of my 4 children, putting her in psychological and emotional turmoil. And I'm going to jeopardize all of that just for some random ass. I mean, come on. You can't, you cannot do that in a marriage and expect that woman to stay with you. Like, he totally did mess up. She gold star for her for sticking through that. And if she was really with him just for money, she'd still be married to him and wouldn't care. He can go sleep around with whoever. I don't care. No. She did what was psychologically and emotionally sound for her. It's a toxic relationship. Fidelity is very important in healthy relationships. We know this, you know, and that is what's important. You have to honor and respect your marriage enough to know this is something that I cherish. I'm not going to say anything, do anything to harm my next of kin. When you marry somebody, it is different from a girlfriend. That is your... Something happens to you, that's the person that's going to be asking. People don't understand the institution of marriage, and then marriage is supposed to be something serious. It is not a thing that you just do. You know, it's something where that person is there. You are one person. So his money is her money. Her money is his money. We want to get back to money, but it's not just that. You plan your life together, and you're committed to each other, and you're loyal to each other. That's another element of a healthy relationship. Nobody, no thing, no nothing should come between you and your partner. And if you allow instances where things come between you and the person that you married, that's when things fall apart. And so that's what Shaquille O'Neal was reflecting on and saying, you know what? I didn't put her first. I should have put her first. She's the mother of my 4 children, the only children he has. I don't think he has any other kids.
Yeah.
So he did not do right by her. And that's okay for him to say this, because he's not the same person. We talked about transitions that all of us go through. He's more mature now. He's speaking as a man, as a grown man in his 50s, reflecting back when he wasn't very mature. And he understands that. And he's happy for his ex-wife and the love that she has, the genuine love that she has for her current husband. That is maturity. That is healthy. And that's the best way to love your children, is to love their parent is the best way.
Does it matter that he was an NBA player? Because I know that people say that, like, entertainers and NBA stars, and they should get a pass because of the lifestyle that they chose. And women should just expect men to cheat on them, and they stick around and stay because of the access that they have to women.
Here's the thing. If you want to have an open marriage, you need to talk about it.
Just say that.
You need to say this is an open marriage. It has to be respectful and sanctioned. If she was to say, okay, look, they came down and had a conversation. This is where having open, honest communication is really key. You have a conversation and you agree upon the terms and the rules of the marriage, because all healthy relationships have rules, and you agree to whatever it is, then that's fine. You know, as long as everybody's on the same page. But if not, it gets into this place of toxicity where it's not healthy. And it's okay to love somebody from afar, if that's the case. You know, if you can't agree on the terms of your relationship, then you continue to work. I work with couples all the time. We're sitting here trying to say, okay, what are the conditions of this relationship? What are, what are the boundaries that you decide to not go there with? And you have this conversation, and that's how you love and cherish your next of kin. I think people need to understand that's your next of kin.
It is. That's who's calling if anything should happen to me. Mr. Key, come get your wife. Because that's all I got.
Right?
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you're watching Fly Nubian Queen Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. And our wonderful co-sponsors, our wonderful sponsors at the Black Business School help support us in this venture by offering a free AI stock list curated by financial experts to help you navigate the changing landscape of the market. It's so simple to get this information, everybody. All you got to do is text Queens to 87948 to receive your free investment list today. If you are just now joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money. My name is Laura Lala Key, and I'm joined by my co-queens, Athena, Dr. Alicia, Linda, and Tiara. So, Tiara, I got a question for you now, because you're in film. So, with this being said, and we know that Shawnee has with the reality TV thing, and then she went ahead and they did the power couple thing when they got married. Do you feel that people who are in the media field like this feel that they're obligated to share certain parts of their lives as a reality story?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted again. They're not obligated. You're not obligated to share anything that you don't want to share. But I think that what is a common thread in TV is people are looking for ways to monetize their brand, the quickest ways to monetize a brand and create a brand. So if that means being a little toxic sometimes, I remember sometimes I would be sitting with someone and doing an interview with someone and they would say, honey, what do you need to hear? Because I just want to give you what you need to hear so I can sell these t-shirts on Instagram. You know, like it was all about building a brand and being famous rather than actually wanting to really tell a story. So that's ultimately why I stopped working in reality TV, because I felt like I was contributing to a narrative that wasn't worth
it. Athena, is that something that you would be open to in a marriage? I mean, the reason I ask this question, guys, is because we're all here for a reason, right? We all love social media. We all love live video. We all love talking about the hot topics or educating our viewers on what we do. So why not, for us, would this not be an additional step to add more to our brand? So Athena, with you, is this something that you would like to build with a partner, or do you want to keep this part separate in your life?
As far as what, being a power couple or sharing businesses and things together?
Sharing businesses like in the open, like a reality setting.
Woo! Well, you know what? I don't know who might be watching, so you know, I will never say never. So let me put that out. Let me put that out there. But for me, back to what I was saying earlier about the whole power couple thing and that whole visibility and the dangers of that being that your relationship just completely becomes about business and the love aspect may or may not be there. There has been situations where I've dated men who were in the NFL or boxing or in those type of arenas that had money. And I always feel for the women who are wives or girlfriends, because just my brief little stint, I was just like, whoo, this is not for me. This is not for me, because a lot of the reality of their life is a lot of sadness. A lot of them don't have the respect that they want in those relationships. They're kind of just, for lack of better terms, have to put up with a lot. A lot of them are in therapy or medication just to get through a relationship. And I never wanted a relationship that would put me through anything like that. So I've always turned down certain things, to which like my brothers used to get on to me. I'm like, why would you do that? And I said, my self-respect is more important. And I just know myself. Like I would need someone who we have great respect for me and understanding, and not just about money. Now, can he be homeless? The answer is no. But the answer is no. But I also want to talk about this whole gold digger thing, because I've been reading the comments and everything like that. Should a woman be digging for pennies? Like what do you want? What makes sense in this economy with the inflation? What makes sense? Like I feel like a lot of people can get upset by that because they're usually, you know, for lack of a better, poor. But also, if you are questioning your ability to do something, just because you can't do something doesn't mean that you need to be upset with other people being able to do that. And I don't think Shawnee is a gold digger, because if she was, she would have married Pastor Keon because he has less than her. So, you know, that doesn't line up with the gold digger elevation mindset. I really do think that when it comes to these relationships, honestly, I know we briefly touched on it, but I would say any woman get into entertainment, music, any of those fields where the men are in those fields, I'm not saying that you need to accept bad behavior. Just expect for the majority, that is what it is. Unless you're getting like a Steph Curry or like maybe a LeBron or something like that. And who knows, they might have some NDAs floating around to keep their stuff on the wraps too. Who knows, you know, at this point. But I do think that their divorce rate is like 95%. So unless you think that your relationship is within that unique 5%, maybe like a Jackie Christie and Doug, at least that 5%, you should be expecting some, you know, for that not to be the ideal situation. Unfortunately, most of the men in those fields just do a lot of reckless behavior. My last thoughts, I also want to say that, you know, when things like this happen, I think we can learn a lot from, you know, women and their stories, and like support Shawnee's or read her book if you feel like there's some lessons learned there. I have never been married. I've been engaged before. 2 men have wanted to marry me. And I did, you know, proper due diligence. I went to premarital counseling. You know, Dr. Alicia, I don't know if you do that, but I went to premarital counseling, and I would suggest that for anyone, because it really highlighted, okay, we were not on the same page, and actually saved me from divorce. And I think that he was in the church, so he wanted me to go see a pastor. I was like, no, we seen a real therapist. We seen a real therapist. I ain't none of your homeboys sitting in talking about his marriage. Okay, we need to see an actual therapist, because I think at the end of the day, regardless of what your goals are, because especially in America, we're so goal-oriented, individualistic, achieve. There is a point and a value in relationships where outside of the titles, the name, the money, what do we have? Do we have mutual respect? Do we have love? Are we creating joy? What is it do we have? Right?
Yeah.
What do we have? What are we creating together? What is our purpose together? And I think oftentimes that can get lost in the sauce when either one party or both parties are focusing on monetizing their relationships. Look at Jeezy. He getting divorced now. And part of the reason for his divorce, he said that, you know, certain things weren't being prioritized, and she always wanted, you know, to be on the gram and display their relationship, and certain values didn't align. So I think within all of that, to say we can learn a lot from whatever Shawnee is writing about, because she's talking about co-parenting, money, and I'm sure everything in between.
Right, which brings me to this here. I actually downloaded the table of contents for her book. And here is what she has in there. It's not just the Shaquille O'Neal thing everybody keeps focusing on. Her intro is Finding My Voice. Love and Relationships is where she actually talks about her previous relationship with Shaq. Family First. Career on My Terms. Overcoming Challenges. Empowering Others. Personal Growth and Self-Love. Faith and Spirituality. Living Undefeated, and looking forward to the next chapters of her life. And whether we come to a relationship with funds or not before, or you build together, you can start today by doing that. You don't always have to come and be empty-handed. You can start your financial life now. So if you're struggling in your financial life and you keep hearing how stocks can help you, but you don't know how, Our sponsors at the Black Business School can assist you by offering a free AI stock list. It's curated by financial experts to help you navigate the changing landscape of the market. And all you have to do is to text Queens to 87948, and you too can go ahead and get started on your education for your financial life. As we wind down, ladies, if you're just joining us and if you missed any of this, you must go back and watch it from the beginning and make sure that you like, follow, and share this channel. We definitely talk about topics of the day to help you with your financial wealth, and we empower women. So you're watching Fly Nubian Money, and my name is Lala, and I'm joined by my co-queens, Alicia, Athena, Linda, and Tiara. And you can find us here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. And we surely would hope that you join us, because these topics and these comments are hot. We love to hear what you've got to say. So whether you're watching it on replay or watching it live, we want to hear what you have to say. It makes for great conversation. So ladies, as we're winding up, our final thoughts on this, I'd like to hear, after you've talked to all of us today, what is your outcome of this book? How do you feel about if this is a tell-all or an uplifting story? I'm going to start with you, Linda. How are you feeling about this conversation today?
You know, after you reading the table of contents, I don't feel like it is a tell-all book. I do feel like it's more like a memoir, but I still do think we need to be careful when it comes to releasing public information about certain elements of our personal lives, and just thinking about whether or not those statements are truly beneficial to the community, to us as a people, and just whether or not it's feeding into certain narratives. But I do wish Shawnee all the best. I hope her relationship, her marriage goes from strength to strength, and all is well with her children and, you know, just the whole family. If you would like to find me, I'm Linda E. I'm Linda E on Instagram. I am Linda E on TikTok, and my website is www.lindae.co.uk.
Fabulous. Athena, what are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
My final thoughts, besides the men being spicy in the comments, honey, because some of the men in the comments are upset, honey. But my final thoughts is this. I think that Shawnee has every right to say her story. I think there's a lot of life lessons that can be learned about marriage, about co-parenting, clearly about love and what that looks like. And he has every right to give us a peek into her life and to monetize it. And I don't think she's a gold digger. Where you can find me, I'm Athena Gardner CPA. You can find me at We Wealth Woman or www.wewealthwoman.com. I'm the founder of We Wealth Woman, where we help women become the wealthy goddesses they deserve to be.
And putting crown jewels in their crowns. How about you, Tiara?
I don't know why I always need to unmute myself. I'm sorry about that. You can find me. As far as the conversation, I've just loved having this conversation with you all. You've given me so much perspective on, you know, I'm planned on reading it anyway, just like I read Jada Pinkett Smith's story. That was the thing. You know, I'm just into that, right? Because I live where I live, and I love, like Alicia said, reading stories about winners. I love that because you can learn something from people's journeys. And so I plan to do just that. I can be found at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood across all platforms.
Beautiful. And our lovely Dr. Alicia, what are your thoughts, and where can we find you?
Yeah, so my thoughts today is that hats off to Shawnee for this wonderful memoir, just based on the titles of her the chapters in her book. I am going to download this book right now, and I'm going to read it. I think she's made herself vulnerable, and I think in that vulnerability, there's immense power that comes from that. And I think that she's sharing a story that all of us can connect to. And, you know, as a therapist, the biggest thing is empathy. And there's the wonderful way to develop empathy for other people is to read their story and what they went through, what was going through their mind when they made the decisions that they made. It's a shared human experience. And I think that by opening up our own journeys and opening up her journey, it invites all of us to see aspects of ourselves and our own experiences that we can relate to. It's a very powerful, and I think it's very encouraging and very powerful. So I love memoirs. I'm going to look at it. And you can find me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia on all platforms. Instagram. Well, my platforms are Instagram and TikTok, basically. So you can find me there. My website is coachingwithdralicia.com if you're interested in having an empathetic ear today and being able to share your stories. And by the way, I work with a lot of clients who are interested in writing memoirs. And they say, you know, I want to write memoir. I want to tell my story. And I'm like, okay, let's take some time and let's process all of these experiences that you've had, and let's talk about how you've overcome them in a way that makes sense, that can help the public. And she's done that today. So hats off to her. Thank you guys for inviting me in today. This has been fun.
We love having you.
Goodbye, everyone. Okay.
So I think that what we begin in our life purpose, our life journey, oftentimes looks different when we are further down in that road. We may start off as one thing, but find that our purpose takes us in a different direction. And that's not a bad thing. If that means that someone is no longer in your life, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to tear them down either. They're living their life journey as well. And isn't that what this life is all about? I always like to say, be the light. Out of your struggles, you can help someone else in their story. So make it a point that you share your stories to those who may seem hopeless at a time, when it can uplift them to the next level. I love how Shanice did this. It's a very tasteful book, and it's very, very uplifting for others to see that you don't have to stay in the dark. Just because you accept something one day doesn't mean it's acceptable the next. I am Laura Lalaki, also known as the Realty Goddess. I help to educate and motivate generational wealth through home ownership. And you can find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. Ladies, that's a wrap. Thank you for joining us here today on Fly Nubian Queen Money. You can see us Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Don't miss it, because we good. We so good. We worth your time. Go back and watch the other ones if you missed the other ones, because we really missed some great topics this week. We hope that we have helped empower and inspire you and to take charge of your financial future. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you again soon. Bye.
Bye.
Children. Oh, welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help Black women master their mindset and maximize their money. I'm Athena Gardner, and today we are talking about Brian McKnight disowning his own children. It has caused a lot of controversy amongst fans, and it has sparked a whole feud between celebrities, okay, Ricky Smiley and Tyrese. But before we get started into these discussions, let me introduce the dynamic co-queens, honey. Joining me today, we have Linda Husser, who is a bodacious lifestyle coach, okay? We have Jade Harrell, who is a nice educator and social entrepreneur. Dr. Charm Timms, okay, naturopathic doctor and spiritual advisor. And we also have Linda E., actress, presenter, model. Hi, queens. How are you all doing today?
Hey, queens.
That's by the best. Hey.
Yes.
Hello.
So let's get into it. Linda Husser, I want to ask you, how do you feel about, just in general, parents disowning their children? Is that a thing that parents should be doing? How do you feel about Brian doing that?
Absolutely, positively not. But what I am more mortified by that is the fact that now we live in a time, I'm 60 years old, so I came up when there was no cell phones. There wasn't all of this social media, but the fact that they are airing their dirty laundry in public is what is absolutely mortifying to me. I'm not here to necessarily judge how one does one's thing, but I just don't see any upside to the fact that this is being played out in front of the world, in front of all of us. And it is just really, really, really unfortunate to me. and sad that he, as a grown man, he's 54 years old, thinks that this is how you actually go about dealing with this situation that is clearly morphed into, from a molehill, definitely to a mountain. And so I just feel so saddened by the fact that this is playing out, and this is a Black man, right? And he's having some issues with his children, and they are Black men. He has a daughter as well, but it is outrageous, is what it is, right? And I just think there's just a sense of sadness to me when I think about this, that this is the way that they chose to deal with it.
I feel sad about it too. What do you think, Jade? The sigh alone.
Yeah, well, the first thing is I just want to say that I do not have children yet, and I don't feel comfortable speaking about parenthood or how people deal with their children or inner dynamics. I think it's really interesting that this has become a topic of conversation, right? And the fact that it's a topic of conversation because Brian McKnight went public about his family business with his children. I can only imagine how damaging this is to his kids. I'm a daddy's girl. My father has been deceased for over 20 years, but every single day, you know, I was raised in a 2-parent household, so I was really blessed with that. But even the sense of abandonment that I still feel by, you know, having, you know, a deceased father, like who's not there, it just kind of makes me sad to think that, you know, there are children out there and outside of this particular circumstances, people who legit have fathers that are living and breathing that for one way or another can't be in their lives or have chosen not to be in their lives in the sense of abandonment and attachment issues that it creates. So I don't particularly feel qualified to speak about parenthood or relationships with children, so I'm also here to learn, but you know, this topic also makes me feel very, very sad.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. I miss the days where celebrities had publicists and had no access to social media and they kept like things under wrap and indoors. Dr. Charm, what do you think about what's going on with Brian McKnight and him? His son Nico has been very vocal, and Tyrese and Ricky Smiley has jumped into the mix as well. Like, what do you think about handling?
I'm not going to pull any punches. I'm not going to pull any punches. Brian McKnight had a sister for his first wife, and now he has a preference. And you know, colorism has come into the conversation because Julie, who was married to her from 1990 to 2003, and I even heard certain stories back then about his antics. Taking other women and side chicks around in the airports and things, because I used to work for the airlines before when I was in college and before I went to medical school. So I would hear stories like that from the airline workers. So he did all his little dirt, and now he wants to be saved and be with the pediatric neurophysiologist, Dr. Leilani. I mean, she's an accomplished woman. And if for anybody doesn't know, the neurophysiologist is somebody that evaluates the nervous system. So she works in pediatrics, so she's working with children. So I need to know that has she spoken to Brian's inner child to talk to him about why he's behaving this way? Because you can have issues with your children. You know, everybody has gone through things with their children and their parents, and there are parents who are estranged from their children. But to say that his children were from evil and sin, because these are his words, that to me lets me know that he just doesn't want to have anything to do with them. And I'm just wondering, is it because they're from the Black woman? Are they dark skinned? That's one thing. And the other thing is that maybe he didn't like the things that he was doing. He didn't like the self that he was when he was raising those children. So that's my question, Brian. Look in the mirror, because I would like to know why you consider your children born from sin when they come from 50% of your DNA.
Woo, Dr. Charm brought the heat, honey, and I love it. I love it. Because I think a lot of people have sentiments about, especially when men remarry and completely different ethnicity of the wife and may not have been there for the original children the same, because he did his 4 children before Leilani were by 3 different women. So, you know, there's that to be said. What do you think about it, Linda E?
So I'm quite similar to Jade. I was lucky enough to be brought up in a two-family household. Unfortunately, my father passed away too in 2018. So that sense of not having my dad and always having my dad did everything. You know, he took me to museums. He made sure I was cultured. And to see this is how Brian McKnight is treating his children and airing it so publicly is really, really sad. Like, I'm based in the UK and we've heard about it over here. Do you know what I mean? And it raises a really, really good question. Is it to do with colorism? Is it to do with race? Is it to do with how he was as a person growing up and treating and raising those children? I think fundamentally it is really, really sad. And I think the fact that Ricky Smiley jumped in, I kind of understand why he jumped in, because Brian McKnight publicly disowned. So I think for him, he was publicly showing support, you know. But with Tyrese jumping in, it's just a mess that's just unnecessary for the whole family, you know, not just the kids the kids he's disowning, but how about the kids he has now? How can they be sure that in a couple of years' time he might not do the same thing to them and their mum? You know, so it's just like it's just not it. It's just not it.
Yeah.
Like with Tyrese, you know, I heard Tyrese and I was like, why Tyrese is in this? Like, we were not talking about you. You know, we were not trying to, you know, every time I think about Tyrese, I think of that meme of him crying and saying, what more do you want from me? And I think what we want from you, Tyrese, is to sit down and relax, because we all know you have your own issues between child support, custody arrangement between your first kid's mother and then your newly divorced wife. So I don't know if Tyrese has any legs to stand on when it comes to backing up Brian McKnight. I was reading that Nico, which is Brian's second oldest son, clapped back at Tyrese saying that, you know, I know the R&B brotherhood is strong, but, you know, you used to sleep under our pool table. So that kind of like loyalty. But how do you feel about other men infusing themselves within this argument? Because we have one person, which is Ricky Smiley, which is defending the children and opening up himself to the children. And he might feel a certain way, especially since he lost one of his children. And we have Tyrese on the other side, basically backing up Brian McKnight and saying that it's okay to disown his own children. How do you guys feel about the different men's approach? I would like to start with you, Jade.
Yeah, I think men and women, you know, they should just stay out of people's family business. Although Brian McKnight did put this out there and this is really ugly and damaging to his children, even people that know Brian McKnight should just be quiet. It doesn't necessarily need your comment or for you to add fuel to the fire or to pick sides. I do believe, though, in all fairness, that Ricky Smiley's approach and his words of support and comfort were very, very helpful. And I know that he used his platform to do that. I wonder if that could have been done privately, so that people could just move on. These things need to really be regulated and monitored by people who are mental health professionals, family therapists, and people who are actually qualified to add support. And that is also done confidentially and in private. And I just wish that people would not use the internet. It just really irks me. It gets under my skin when I see these sorts of public controversies and dudes are in the midst of it. Because the way I was raised, especially with my father, my alpha male father, and uncles and grandfathers and brothers and everybody else, it was just a time where men spoke less, especially publicly. And this sort of back and forth, it's just really not a good look. I see more dudes out here getting messy and getting dirty and talking about all of this stuff, when I think that a different approach is definitely needed and they get to lead by example.
Right. It's definitely not giving king energy. And usually we will see these things more so when families are fighting over money. And speaking about money, as a certified CPA, I know a lot about money and investments, but I also know for the everyday person, it could be a difficult thing to bridge. So our sponsors at the Black Business School are offering free AI stock lists created by financial experts to help you get your money right. So text the word Queens to 87948 to receive your free investment list today. For those of you who are joining us live, we are your queens for today. Remember to share, like, and subscribe. And we are talking about Brian McKnight disowning his own children. So, Linda, I want you to get your thoughts as well on the other men joining in between Ricky Smiley and Tyrese. And is it giving King energy to be going back and forth on the internet like this, like what the men are doing?
No, absolutely not. It is given feminine energy to me. 100, right? Because I come up in a time where men did not even like if you were trying to tell your boyfriend or your husband some stuff, it's like, oh, I don't, we don't do that. So now to see the evolution where men are actually gossiping basically is it's not giving masculinity to me. Now, I'm not saying anything other than what I said. It's not giving masculinity vibes to me. And unfortunately, we have to be careful that we don't, in our own way, in our quest to help, actually put fuel on the fire. The help for this situation is for nobody to jump in, let them do what they need to do and heal, because clearly there needs to be some intervention. Like, I want to see somebody who's in the mental health space maybe say something, right? Mm-hmm. Or at least put something out there in a way where maybe not directly speaking to this, but saying, hey, when we have family disputes and this is typically how one should go about handling that. I want to see someone who could really be a source of support and assistance and help, actually maybe go in their DMs and say, hey, it's time to wave the flag of surrender and let's take this in a space and in a place where we can have some healing, because that's really what needs to happen at this point, I feel.
Right. And I feel like with Tyrese did say that, he was quoted saying that let's not act like relationships between men and their children can't fall apart, which he does have a point, and I don't think anyone's arguing with that. It's just the way things are handled. I don't think this is giving like mature energy in any kind of way, like mostly keep things in-house, because ultimately this feud is not a positive for Brian McKnight's, brand. If I was his publicist or something, this is not a good look. Like, for you to go on the internet and say, and this is a quote from him, in order to live a life that you love, you have to get rid of the evil and negativity, even if the evil and negativity is related to you. So he's calling his children like evil, which is so harsh. Now, I do not have kids, but I do have parents. And I don't think that even if they were upset about our relationship or there was something negative, my parents would never publicly air that dirty laundry or put it on for public display. Luckily, we have a decent relationship. But not everyone, to Tyrese's point, not everyone has a decent relationship with their kids, and that's okay. Dr. Charm, like, it seems like you had a lot to say about, you were passionate there about how he's handling things. What do you think about the other men joining the mix?
Well, Tyrese got played by his preference too. So, I mean, he was running up and through here
with the preference conversation,
crying and talking about the lady did him dirty and she used him. Then he did a whole album. Didn't he break up with his girlfriend for a while because she said you need to stop doing songs about this woman? But I disagree with her, because I'm like, let him get it all out through his art so he won't be running you crazy at home. But Tyrese needs to stop because he got played by the preference. So it's the risk you run. Brian, you need to get in therapy. I hope that the children are in therapy. I appreciate what Ricky Smiley said. I thought it was very heartfelt. And I think the retort from Tyrese was like, Ricky, you need to worry about your own kids. And I think Ricky is concerned about his own kids because his son just passed away, I think, within the past year. So I think he really took it to heart because he has a son that's in the ground. That, hey, you know, I'm thinking about how these children might be feeling, because that's devastating. I don't care what kind of relationship you have with your kids and what they've done. It does not warrant coming in the national spotlight and saying that your children are a product of evil. When you were sitting up there cheating on all these different women, had all these different baby mothers running around here. And take some accountability and maybe look at maybe some of your behavior contributed to their behavior because they're reacting to your behavior. You are their first model. So that's my thought on it. And I hope that, you know, he's not one of these people that thinks that he go to the church all day and all night and think that's going to be a substitute for therapy. Spirituality is wonderful. I am a spiritual advisor myself. I do tarot and psychic readings and mediumship readings, and it has its places. It can be very healing. But on the other hand, it does not replace therapists. If I'm looking at a tarot card and I see your future and you still and you got some mental illness issues, I'm not going to sit up here and not tell you, hey, you need to go see somebody. Okay, because then that would be on me. I have to answer to that. So he needs to get that. I hope that he seeks therapy.
Linda E., do you agree? You think that Brian McKnight needs to see some therapy for this one?
Oh, absolutely. And look, I saw a comment saying that he's done out here in the Black community. And I think that's something that he needs to remember. This mess isn't just airing out for the Black community, it's airing out everywhere. So people who are not part of our community are looking and seeing, oh, this is how, you know, these dads treat their children, and it's perpetuating certain narratives that just aren't true. Not every single father is like that. Not every single relationship with kids are like that. And look, I'm really happy to see that men are opening up, because there was definitely historically a danger of men not really speaking out and sharing their emotions. But the internet is not the place for it. Mm-hmm. So he needs to, number one, seek therapy, but also seek therapy with his kids. Whatever the problem is, he needs to take it away from the internet. And I think also, and look, he has a preference now, so this is a comment that he probably won't care about. But remember that he is still part of the community. So people are looking, seeing him, and judging us by his standards. So he needs to just, but you know, it might be too late at this point, you know.
Which is so unfair, because when other groups do other things, that's looked at as that one person is doing that thing. And when any of us act a fool, the whole group, the whole batch of us have to like take the heat for that. I know this situation has, see, this is why I try not to, these celebrity dysfunctions within their life and within their family, because now I can't listen to Back at One and feel the same way. Now, that's why I'm just like, you have to dissociate the music from the person, because if you don't, like, almost all your songs now you can't listen to, because like the way these singers and celebrities act, it's like debauchery left and right, all kind of dysfunction. But I think he's definitely, I wish Dr. Alicia was here today, because I'm sure she could give us like the whole psychology background, because it does seem like he's moving away from his past and labeling it as bad. And, one of his kids was quoting, how are you telling us that, we're from sin and all of this, when you used to have us clean up your bathroom and clean up your used condoms and all kind of like crazy things. Because, a lot of these singers do have, these male singers do have like debaucherous lifestyles when they were performing or like entertaining. So I think there is a lot of healing that needs to be done there. How do you feel about, is it okay? Do you think like Ricky Smiley is going over bounds by inserting himself and offering himself to Brian's children? I want to hear from you, Jade. You can pick that up.
I think it's nice and very commendable that he has done that, and I wish it would have been done in public. But Brian McKnight did publicly embarrass his children and himself. So while I think that it could have been done in private, the situation is already messy. You know, on one hand, you know, Black men are accused of abandoning their family, not stepping up, not holding other Black men accountable. And what I think Ricky Smiley actually did was demonstrate accountability and also demonstrate sort of like the village mentality. It takes a village to raise a child. And I think that is commendable. Whether, you know, my personal preference would have been that he did it in private or not, it really doesn't matter. These people don't even know me. One, two, you know, he actually is demonstrating and leading by example, and I think that is a excellent demonstration of manhood. So that's my overall nuanced opinion on that. My heart just really goes out to these children. When Dr. Charm was speaking earlier on the screen, I saw Brian McKnight and a whole bunch of children or people surrounding him. Were those all of his children, or are they like I don't know what's going on with that image, but it was a lot of people on that image, and I just wonder how present Brian McKnight has been or not been in his children's lives, and the fact that he was accused of having his children clean up condoms and stuff like that after he was on all these escapades with women is really disgusting to me and narcissistic. I'm just good at that.
And I wonder if a lot of this has to also do with money, because we've known from the past, right? A lot of celebrity parents like Dr. Dre and his daughter have always, or even Benzino and Coi Leray, when the issues of money comes between families, I think that could be an issue because the children could be feeling neglected. If he's willing to claim his new wife's two kids and disown them, does that necessarily mean that, you know, they're not going to get an inheritance or they're out of his wealth? Because he does have a net worth of like 15 million between all of his concerts, tours, and royalties. So especially if I was a child in this situation and you're claiming your whole new family, I would also be concerned about, you know, is any of that going to pass on through us? Are we disowned? Are we cut off financially in that way? Because money is very important, as we are the Fly Nubian Money channel. So if you are joining us, we are discussing Brian McKnight disowning his children and what the financial aspect of this could be for us, and what lessons that we can learn from this situation, because you don't want to end up like Brian McKnight's children. You might be cut off from your inheritance. So you might want to join us at 87948. Currently, send the text to Queens to 87948, where the Black Business School is offering a free AI stock list to help you get your money up so that you don't have to depend on an inheritance or be cut out like these children might be.
Right.
But what do you think about this situation for Brian's brand? Because I know that he also made statements that none of his songs were written about anyone in particular, because he didn't love anyone for real until he met his first wife, Leilani, which Leilani must have like the best of everything, because the way he's willing to abandon everything, his children, his legacy, his songwriting, and just credit all of his love and joy in his life to her, speaks a lot to, I guess, the relationship or the power she has over him. But I was wondering what you guys think. Does Brian have like a financial ruin possibly facing? Do you think he'll face a possible financial fallout from this particular situation? I will start with you, Linda Husser.
Absolutely. Actually, I don't know where this is, but there is currently a concert that was canceled.
Oh.
Because people were like, oh, we are not supporting this. He will not take our money and go make Miss Leilani, you know. So it's already happening. I can't tell you exactly where it is, but if you Google Brian McKnight concert canceled, it will pop up. And so the venue let everybody know, because people were basically canceling him, saying, we're not coming. We're not going to come support this madness. And so it's already beginning. And what will be interesting to me is while Miss Leilani might be whatever she is professionally, it'll be interesting to see, because clearly she is not worth $15 million. If she's got this control over him, like we can sense something's going on, if she may be how this actually ends up being resolved, all right? Because the fact that this is going on and she's there and she's not pulling his coat and saying, oh no, babe, this is not what we're gonna do. We wanna live our best lives, because people out here have issues and now they see me and they might accost me while I'm out. This has far-reaching ramifications that he really isn't thinking about.
Yes, because he's risking his $15 million fortune potentially with everything. Because I know I was heartbroken when he said his songs didn't really mean anything at the time because he didn't really love anyone. I was like, oh my God, like,
yeah,
Back Up One seems like means so much, and Anytime means so much to me. And now he's just ruining my whole fantasy of like what those love songs meant.
Yeah.
Dr. Charm, how do you feel about it? Do you think that he stands to risk his $15 million fortune? And is this a smart, dumb move, or the cost of just having a preference?
Well, I mean, one thing, I mean, when you disown your children, that means that you've cut them out of the will. So let's be clear about that. So they have no financial incentive, or they have no inheritance. And so now the bigger conversation of when people marry people who are outside of the community. So when he passes away, because men tend to have a shorter lifespan than women, and all that wealth is going to Leilani and the children who are biracial and not his Black children. So that's a whole nother conversation. That is the implications of marrying outside of the community. But that's his preference, and that's what he's choosing to do. But I think it's at the detriment to his previous children, who now have no wealth to start with. And then that's a bigger conversation about the racial wealth gap. Brian McKnight is in a unique position because he has wealth to leave to his Black children, whereas the average Black family does not have this wealth to leave to their children. And so he's in that unique position, and he's choosing to not leave that wealth to his children at all. And all four of them were just so terrible that he could not leave them any money. I think it's reprehensible. And then I don't think he cares about the concerts being canceled, because if he cared, he would not have said the things that he said. I'm really questioning his mental health, because to just come out like that, and I think it gets into dogma. And I think he just, to me, he's in such denial, and I don't know what took place in the previous life, in his previous lifespan with the other, but it must have been so terrible that he is choosing to block it out and all things associated with it. Now, of course, I'm not diagnosing him. I'm not his physician, but this is just my speculation, just observing and evaluating some of his statements and choices. And, he could have a form of, there could be a form of PTSD going on from some of the things that took place during his previous iteration of his previous life. So he don't want to have any memory of it. And he just wants to go on a la-la land and just be in a whole nother world. And unfortunately, we can't live like that. You have to face your fears and face the things that happen to you, because it's counterproductive. And at the end of the day, he's going to have to answer for his behavior and be accountable for his behavior eventually. We don't know what is going to happen in the future. So I really hope that he has a spiritual come to Jesus moment and a spiritual awakening, because what he thinks is a spiritual awakening is not.
Right. I was laughing at the comment because someone said we need Iyanla to come out of retirement.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Linda E., how do you feel about his that situation? Like you said, you grew up with your two-parent household, right? How would you have felt if your, God forbid, your dad had moved on and had disowned you and had this whole new family? Like, would you, and about also kids not of your race that don't look like you, just standing to inherit the money that you and your mom endured during the struggle phase, and they get to lavish around in the wealth phase. Like, how would you feel about that?
I'd feel abandoned. I'd feel like I was worthless. I wouldn't want to be in their position. I wouldn't want to feel like them. And look, fundamentally, we don't know what went on behind the scenes, right? And when it comes to money and stuff to do with money, that can easily tear a family apart. So we don't know what happened between them. That's not me excusing anyone, but fundamentally, we don't know what happened, right? But I do know that I wouldn't want to be his kids. But also, I just want to piggyback to a conversation about his wealth and, his concert being cancelled, and is this going to affect his finances? I actually don't think in the long term it will do, because people have short memory spans. If Brian is able to keep this out of social media and let things lie low for a second, he will be fine. We spoke about disassociating, and let's not lie, there's a certain singer who begins with whose songs are still being played in certain places. So clearly we are a population nowadays that are able to disassociate. It's just his music. I love as an artist. I don't have to really care about his personal life and what that happened or what he's doing there. So in the long run, I actually don't think he's going to lose any money doing this. People's memory spans today, come on, our news cycles are so quick that I don't think in the long run, he might have had, a couple of concerts cancelled, but that could actually make some people in other areas want to see him more, So no, I actually don't think his wealth is going to be affected by this. I think if it was, he maybe will not be doing it, but I think he knows that deep down he's going to be fine. So, yeah.
I think he's very much so invested in this new relationship for everything that he has done, like change his legal name to the new child's full name so that his original junior from the old marriage is not under him anymore. Like, I think he's really, I think it's more than just, I just love this woman and I'm just going to have these kids. There's something like very deeply psychologically embedded. It's almost like he wants to like erase his past completely and just be in this la la land, which I hope, even in the midst of everything, works out for him. I don't want him to end up like Jeezy, having to go to court because he thought it was like an ever after, and it's finding out that it wasn't too hot. It wasn't too hot. But I would like to also talk about with Brian and Tyrese. Do you think that are they in contact? Does anybody know? Or is just Tyrese just randomly jumping in and saying things?
They're friends.
Oh, they're friends.
Yeah.
Well, guys stick together no matter what.
let me add this. And I just saw a question in the chat that I think we should also address about if the kids are disrespectful, where's their accountability? But before I delve into that, just as well as it takes a village to raise a child, Mom, I do apologize. I know you're watching. It takes a village to raise a fuckboy. Let me say it again. It takes a village to raise a fuckboy. So if Brian McKnight is out here disrespecting, disparaging, calling his children evil and disowning his children, then you better believe that everybody around him, from his wife to his friends and associates, are enabling this madness and this behavior, because there's a community, right? There's a community of this low vibration, lack of accountability, narcissistic vibe that really emboldens and empowers Brian McKnight to do these things. And also, if we think that he is awful, I would argue that the woman that he is married to and laying up with at night is 10 times as worse. Because how do you marry a man, devote your life to a man, and lay up with a man that is going to disparage his own seed? It doesn't make any sense. So she's probably, in my opinion, grimy, in my shameless opinion, way more grimy than him, that would allow him to just say, you know what, I'm just gonna forget about these damn kids, they're evil, and then take to a public platform so that she and her offspring can inherit everything and source all of this wealth out of the Black community and funnel it into her household and her community. So she has to be the villain of all villains in this situation, as well as every single person who is enabling Brian McKnight. And if y'all want to quote me on it, it takes a village to raise a fuckboy. Sorry, Mom.
I'm curious to hear from our bodacious lifestyle coach. I know you've probably had all kind of clients. Have you had scenarios with clients that are similar to Brian, where they have these family issues that they're having trouble reconciling, but maybe they were smart because they came to you versus the internet?
Well, here's the thing. Now, keep in mind, I come from a generation where what was done in the house stayed in the house. Now, there's pros and cons to that, because some of that stuff that was done in the house really needed to come out of the house and into a therapist chair. But having said that, this right here, we didn't do this. This is not what we did. And so what's really sad to me, and just like Queen Jade was saying, I didn't even know what an F-boy was, to be honest. I'd heard the term, but I'm gonna have to Google that when we get off, because I'm not clear on what, because I don't think we had those when I was coming up. Or if we did, they weren't blatant about it. So I'm like, I have heard that term. I am going to get some clarity on what that is today. Or Miss Jade, if you feel like you want to clarify that for those of us who are of that boomer generation, when that word wasn't as prominent, but I have heard that before. And so that's my thought on that is we just did things differently. You're not really seeing super grown people with these issues, not airing them out. Like, if y'all know of anybody that's late 50s, 60s plus that's getting down like this, let me know. But I'm not really seeing it like this. Not to say that at the family reunion we whispering, but this no, we're not doing this as far as I'm concerned. So hopefully that was helpful.
You know, I miss the days where there was structure and order and common decency around things. But I feel like as the internet, social media age trudges on, that is just the wild, wild west out here. And instead of taking things to, like you said, a therapist chair, a lot of these celebrities take it to the internet and then have to deal with the fallout of those things. Dr. Charm, I want to ask you the question of, when it comes to obligation, and especially with these celebrities, does a parent's obligation end when the child is an adult, or is that for a lifetime? Like, does Brian have the right to disown his kids if the relationship is not great and to just be done with it?
I mean, he has the right to dissociate if he wants to. He does have the right. I mean, that's his money. He earned it. He earned it with hard work, fair and square. But is it moral? Is it moral to leave your children, especially when they're in their 20s? Because in many walks of life, many religions, even in astrology, I've been an astrologer for over 20 years. We don't really consider someone fully grown until you have a Saturn return, which is the planet Saturn, takes 29 years to go around your sun. So that 29 and a half years to 30 years old. So most people really mature and come into their own at 30 years old. So if you notice, a lot of, parents don't help their kids out in their 20s. And now if you're over 30, you're living at home in this American culture, that's a whole nother situation. People looking at you side-eyed. But with the economy and the things, things being the way they are, a lot of people are still at home in their 20s living with their parents. So I believe that morally, he does have a responsibility to his children. He has access to opportunity, to wealth, to publicity, to connections, to networking that would be of great value to them and can set them up to become wealthy in their own right if they have the work ethic. So I really am curious to know where the breakdown started to where it's gotten to this level of dysfunction that they are airing the dirty laundry in public and he's going on. And I will second the person who said about Dr. Leilani, I'm holding her to a higher standard because number one, you're with this man and you are standing here silent while he's engaging in this dysfunctional behavior. Now, I don't know what kind of conversation is going on behind closed doors, but I know if it were me, I would be talking to that man like, look, you need to calm down because now people are looking into me. And this is a reflection on my image as the pediatric neurologist that she is, that you sit up here and doing this. So I'm wondering, is she allowing this? What's going on? Yes, she's looking out for her children. So that's more in the pot for her. That's more of a something for them to have. So it really makes me question him. And it is immoral, in my opinion, to sit there and just disown your children, not leave them anything, not have some caveats, not have something set up. He could even set it up in the will that, if X, Y, and Z happens, that we have a fail safe and leave him some money, then don't tell him about it. But he's just, his behavior is ludicrous.
I agree. And it's curious to me. I wonder, because there's a moral aspect of things, right? The moral obligation that a lot of parents have with their children, but also the financial obligation as well. And if you are just joining us, you are being welcomed and hosted by our lovely queens, Linda Husser, Jade, Dr. Charm, and Linda E, and myself, Athena. We are Fly Nubian Money. Our sponsors today are the Black Business School, which are offering you a free AI stock list to take out the stress and the confusion about which stocks to pick to help you increase your wealth so you can create wealth for yourself and not have to be solely dependent on maybe if or not you're going to get some generational wealth, as we see in this situation with Brian. Feel free to text the word Queens to 87948 to receive your free investment list today. And if you're joining, please sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss a thing. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. So, Linda E., do you think that parents have a financial obligation to their children, whether it is to support them to a certain age or to pass on generational wealth? Or especially with these celebrities, because they will always say, or the common thing I've seen in the past with celebrities is that they did the best that they could for the children, but they squandered the money, or they were, trying to ride their coattail and lacked motivation. Do you feel like these celebrities should be also financially obligated to their children? Should Brian be financially obligated to his previous 4 children?
So look, I don't have children yet, and I hope to, right? However, when I become a parent, I believe I will have a financial obligation to my children. I believe anyone who has children, wants these children, has a financial obligation to them. I don't believe in just bringing a child into this world and then just leaving them willy-nilly. Okay, I believe if you've made a choice to be a parent, you do have a financial obligation to your child. It may not be forever. By the grace of God, it should not need to be forever. I believe that what we do as a parent, my role as a parent, is to make the life of my children easier than it has been for me. So for Brian, he knew how difficult it would have been to, get into the financial position he is in, to get his celebrity status. Look, I don't know ins and outs of his career, but I know it wasn't just, oh, yep, I'm a good singer. There you go. Here's millions of pounds or billions of dollars even, right? So as a parent, why would you not want to make things easier for your children? If my parents were in a position to have me and my siblings as millionaires right now, please believe me, we would be. But it's true. Why would you want things to be more difficult? Who in this day and age likes to struggle? Show me someone who really wants to be like, you know what? I didn't have it. I had it too easy. I would have preferred to struggle. No, yes, having a good work ethic will get you further and is really important to build, and it builds character, etc., etc. But as a parent, yes. And, going back to that, does he have the right to disown? Yeah, he has the right. But just because you can doesn't mean you should, Fundamentally, yes, once again, we don't know what went on behind closed doors. But that's the thing. We don't know what went on behind closed doors. We only know what he's brought to the public. So we can only judge on what we have seen outside. So from him, cutting his children off, yeah, they're not going to get a penny in that will. Unless he said, obviously in a will, you can leave your finances or assets to anybody. They don't have to be legally related to you. They don't have to be your children. So even though he has disowned, he may have a clause in his will that says these individuals of this name still get a certain amount. But based on how we've spoken about them, I don't believe that is the case. But going back to the original question, no, let's be honest. He ain't giving them nothing. I pray that they make up and he does that will, because right now they ain't seeing a cent. But as a parent, you 100% do. The whole point of furthering and bringing new life in is to make things better. It's to grow that generational wealth. So why would you not want to?
Listen, we might have to put Brian McKnight on the sick and shut-in list with all his antics around this situation. Linda, our bodacious life coach, right? I want a question for you. Okay. And this is something that is also coming out as a theme as we've talked about, preferences and race and generational wealth. Do you feel like the man loves for the woman determines how he treats his children? Because if Brian is willing to change his legal name, is willing to own Jack and Julia, which is Dr. Leilani's children, and it's saying that he only has one daughter, which is Julia, and forget about his previous daughter with his other women, Brianna. Do you feel like there's something to be said that a man's love for the person he's with is going to determine how he treats those children?
Okay, I just want to be clear on the question. So it's going to his children or her children?
Like whoever he's with, like
yes.
women that he loves.
Yes.
The children with that woman are going to be treated better versus maybe women he's had issues with, which are clearly the previous women. Children.
Now, this is my opinion. Absolutely. Because first of all, there's the sexual aspect to it. There's the innate understanding that if I treat you well, I get what I want. Your children are part of you. And so in order to keep the peace here at home, I'm going to have to pacify you. Because clearly there's some simping going on here. I mean, let's just, yeah. So she's already laid the ground rules because like, I think it was Dr. Charm who said this, pretty much we've all been saying it. She is allowing this ridiculous behavior to go on because if she were to put her foot down and he's a simp, he would cut it off immediately. There is something that she is also getting from this, but at the end of the day, we are not living in the old days. We are living in a society where somebody can tell somebody to go down and to the Capitol, all right? And folks would do some things. So she's really short-sighted with this. She is not really understanding the gravity of what she is condoning. So to answer your question, absolutely. Because if the simp level is, 9, 10 plus, it's definitely, that woman is most definitely in control. So yes, there are men who've done it all the time. There's just like when you get married, there'll be kids who are already there, and then your mother has a child by the stepfather. And we've heard people say, oh, he treats, her better than me. I don't know if it's a natural response. I don't know if this is part of just how we were, the genetics. But I've heard stories. When I went to school I had friends who said, yeah, my mom, she's pregnant and they're already worried about this child because they already are starting to feel this child, because it's both of their kids, is going to get the preferential treatment.
Okay. Dr. Charm, do you agree? Do you think that the man, whoever he loves, is going to be treated better?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I had a friend that was married for over 20 years. And when they got divorced and the husband was closer to the children than she was, as far as she was more the disciplinarian and he was more the parent they go to. It's kind of like they had a little bit of a role reversal. So he was just a more nurturing parent. And when they got a divorce, after 20 something years, I mean, he completely stopped talking to his children, blocked them, no birthdays, it was very traumatic for the children. And so, because they weren't together, and some men, unfortunately, he associates those children with that marriage and, how that broke down, and he didn't really want the divorce. But, once she made it clear she was not having it, she wasn't going back, then he just blocked all of it out. And unfortunately, this is what we call in psychology world a maladaptive coping mechanism. A maladaptive coping mechanism is an unhealthy way to cope with something. So a healthy way would be to work through the trauma, work through the issues, seek therapy, seek family therapy, do other things. But some of these maladaptive coping mechanisms include, okay, I'm just going to block everybody out. I'm in a corner in timeout somewhere with my inner child, drugs, alcohol, sex addiction, all these things that are unhealthy ways to cope. And I do believe that Brian is exhibiting signs of a maladaptive coping mechanism, because his coping mechanism of whatever happened with those kids and that marriage and what is just to just block them out and disown them and have nothing to do with them. He has a fresh start. He just thinks he has a whole new life. And that's just not how it works. It doesn't work that way.
Listen, maybe in Brian's mind it does work that way, because that seems to be what he did. It's curious to me because with celebrities like Tyrese and Ricky Smiley putting themselves in, Ricky Smiley, we haven't heard anything in the news really about him since Cat Williams said he can only play a bad woman in a wig on Club Shay Shay interview. And, Tyrese is always good for a good antic every now and then. But I wonder if there's, do you ladies think, and I guess I can start with you, Jade, do you ladies think that there are other motivations for them to insert themselves into this feud, for maybe they can get some clout or publicity from it? Or do you think it's generally coming from a place of sincerity? Jade?
I think, yes, thank you. I think it depends on the person. But when people who have large platforms and are celebrities, they oftentimes get addicted to the clout, to the attention. And some people believe that all controversy is good controversy. So I think it really depends on the character of these individuals. And us looking at celebrities from afar, and we don't really know, you can't really assess a person's character by just sort of following them or looking. I think that ultimately their character it shows when nobody else is around, or the people who actually know them can really see what their true intentions or motivations are, because a lot of these people are actors and this stuff is performative. So I think it really depends. I just wish people would just stop airing their dirty laundry out on the internet. Like, I just, I'll be over here trying to mind my business and, fight the revolution and be constructive and stay in my lane. But when I'm being bombarded with other people's business, like publicly, it's like, damn, this is so distracting from the mission, right? This is so distracting from, collective Black progress. So I just think it really all depends. Personally, I do believe that Ricky Smiley was sincere, and I do think that it's commendable, and hopefully, he'll be able to offer the support that he would like to offer. And the next time, just men get together, y'all hold they should hold their men's empowerment circles and really support each other and hold hands and hug and kiss and dap each other up and support each other to prevent these things from happening publicly. That's what I would hopefully love to see. And I'm seeing this a lot with Gen X. Men who are in Gen X right now, often, like, many of them are going through midlife crises. I don't know what's going on.
I was about to say, shake my tambourine. Where's the tambourine?
Maybe they can come together and really have some productive healing and restorative groups to really support each other, because this is not a good look. It's just not a good look.
Listen, according to me, said in the comments, Tyrese hates Black women just like Brian McHugh. Ricky needed some and collective Black progress. Yes. Now, if you are tuning in, you are with Fly Nubian Money. I am your host, Athena, and we are joined by our lovely co-queens. And as we close out today, you can feel free to text the word queens to 87948 if you want an AI stock list from our sponsors. So closing thoughts, Linda E. I want you to start with our closing thoughts as we wrap up today. Any last thoughts about Brian McKnight and where people can find you?
The final thoughts on Brian McKnight and the whole situation is, it is incredibly sad. I can only hope that him and his children get together behind the scenes, behind the cameras, offline, have a proper conversation, get into therapy, and he just sorts himself out, and does what is right. That's all I can hope. But in terms of how to find me, you can find me via Instagram on I'm Linda E. On TikTok, I am Linda E, and my website is www.lindae.co.uk.
Listen, she had the domain and all the all the follows. Linda E, honey, you can't be missed. Our bodacious lifestyle coach. Any more final thoughts?
Yes. Before you even think about going live, really ask yourself, is this going to be helpful? Is this going to move the needle towards healing? I am Linda S. Huster, also known as the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach. I can be reached at lindashuster.com, Linda S. Huster on Instagram, and Linda S. Huster 1, the number 1 on TikTok.
Okay, Linda. Jade, our educated queen, our social entrepreneur, how can people find you?
Yes, you all can find me on social media platforms, Lioness Crowns. You can also go to my website, highblackesteem.com. That's highblackesteem.com. My final comment is that I would urge us all to come together and pray for this family, pray for Brian McKnight, pray for his children that are hurting right now, and pray for the restoration of love, healing, and forgiveness within our community so that we can continue on surviving through this hellhole of a white supremacist world that we are in, and to actually create generational wealth and sustainable relationships. So, the continuity of our kind will continue to grow and to thrive for generations to come. So I do uplift this family as well as all families experiencing similar situations and circumstances. I pray for them for love and for healing and forgiveness. And other than that, I have nothing else constructive to add to this conversation. Thank you.
Listen, it must be hot because Linda put out the fan, honey, like she in church, honey. Dr. Charm, any last thoughts? I love your perspective. I loved you add so much to this conversation that I didn't even know we was gonna go, but I love that we went, honey. Any final
thoughts? Thank you. I appreciate that. My final thoughts are, Brian, if you or your children or anyone else seeing this needs a tarot reading and some spiritual advising, you can text me at 404-832-5179. That is the BAT line. I am an astrologer, professional astrologer, and tarot reader and psychic medium, in addition to being a naturopathic doctor, but for the spiritual things that is completely separate from healthcare. I also have a show tonight at the King of Diamonds. No, I will not be stripping, but here in Atlanta, anybody who is in the ATL area who wants to come through the KOD at 9:30 tonight, all my guests get in free. I am also a stand-up comedian. I'm sure you all can tell. Brian, please seek help. Anyone else? If you're going through strife, stress, and strain, you can call on Jesus, but you also better put in a hotline to that therapist, okay? Mental health is important. National Alliance for Mental Illness is available and here for all of us. Thank you, Jesus.
Listen, the men are definitely getting spicier, and I don't know if I like it. I have to say, I don't know if I like it. I guess my final thoughts would be this. It is, I wish that celebrities, the PR people need to take their phones or limit their access to social media, because they definitely should not, whatever the instance is, be airing out their dirty laundry for people to put their 2 cents in, and that affects their brand, their livelihood, and what they have going on. It's just a shame that, this is Brian McKnight, a beloved singer of ours, has had these issues with his family, and it's playing out in this way. But I think it's a lesson for all of us to learn about how to handle family issues and disputes and what is important at the end of the day. I am your host, Athena Gardner. I'm a CPA and founder of We Wealth Women, where I teach women how to become the wealthy goddesses of their life by creating their own wealth narrative. We are your hosts for today, and we were sponsored by the Black Business School. Be sure to text the number 87948 if you want a free AI stock list so you can get your money up. That will be all for today, and we will see you tomorrow as we're here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Thank you.